it stops, no one knows. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
All right, we are on the record in State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I'll show that the defendants here in person with counsel, Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin. The state is here by the elected prosecutor, Mr. McClelland. Gentlemen, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McClelland, are you ready, sir? Mr. McClelland has left the building.
Yes, Your Honor. That sounds about right. Go ahead.
All right, before we get started, I'll just remind everybody about the courtroom decorum order. You've all been very kind in waiting for us as we had some discussions in chambers about how things would be proceeding today. I'd like to start by advising everyone we've had the opportunity to review the file and to have some discussions in chambers about the confidential pleadings that have been filed with the court over the last several months. With the agreement of counsel, and I do appreciate the agreement of counsel, I will be entering an order sometime next week that will unseal all the pleadings that have been submitted to the court. My court executive will create a web page, and I will provide that web page address to counsel. We will download all of the unsealed documents to that web page, and then they will be available to whomever wishes to review what has previously been deemed to be confidential. I would remind the attorneys that they are still working under the gag order that prohibits comments and discussions with the media. I know that we're here on a motion to suppress evidence and a motion to reconsider the safekeeping order. I'd like to proceed with the motion to reconsider the safekeeping order. But consistent with our discussions in chambers, the motion to suppress evidence will be continued to be reset. I know we didn't come up with a date yet, but we will, before the conclusion of this hearing, come up with a date to reset the suppression hearing. I would ask the defense attorneys to file the Franks versus Delaware notice to the state, and then we can reset the suppression hearing at that time. So Mr. Rosie, Mr. Baldwin, are you ready to proceed on the motion to reconsider the safekeeping order?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. McClelland, are you also prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. We got a new name.
Cleveland is here now.
Oh, good.
I am prepared. Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Judge, just by way of a brief opening.
Yes.
You know, I guess the first issue that maybe the court might want to tackle is the burden of proof. You know, we're kind of in this thing of this kind of weird situation here where we've got the Safekeeping Act, which is in Indiana is IC 35-33-11-1. And clearly there was a pleading that was filed by the former sheriff, Mr. Lesby, back in 2022 that essentially asked for relief under that statute. And basically the allegations in that pleading, as you know, are, hey, judge, we got a situation here where there's a lot of media coverage and we're concerned about that and just the burden that that places on our sheriff's department and the system at large or as a whole here in Carroll County. And number two, that we don't feel like we have the manpower or the staffing to address the needs that might exist in terms of detaining Mr. Allen and transporting him. I think those are really the two pillars upon which their pleading is based. The court also knows, just by looking at the record, that the former judge, the Honorable Judge Diener, who presides in this county, in this court on a daily basis, issued an order essentially granting the sheriff's request to engage the safekeeping statute, and did that without any type of an evidentiary hearing, nor were there any affidavits filed or any sworn statements or anything of that nature that was offered up to the court to support the allegations, if you will, or the concerns, is how I would refer to them in the sheriff's motion. And so that leaves us in the situation where, really there's been no due process offering or evidence that supports the motion. And then beyond that, I, of course, procedurally file a motion to modify. I probably could have couched that motion as a motion to dismiss or terminate or some other, word that maybe fit the circumstances a bit better. But I really do think generally it's the sheriff's burden to put on some evidence that the safekeeping order is appropriate. Now, with that being said, I'm not here to try and ambush the sheriff or the prosecutor or whoever is, defending, in a sense, that petition. I'm willing to put on evidence if that's the most orderly process for the court. But I do think that it's important to understand that it's really not our burden. And the statute's pretty clear that there needs to be a showing that Mr. Allen, in this case, is in some imminent danger or serious bodily injury, a pretty high standard. And so I'm prepared to present some evidence in that regard, but in fairness, I'm not sure it's my burden, but I'm looking to the court for some direction. And in the same breath, of course, I would ask for a separation of witness order. I think I've rounded up most of the people that I've kind of tried to pick people out, but I see a few of the witnesses that I'm going to be calling here.
Okay.
I might check in the hallway to make sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Sheriff Schroeder in here? Okay, maybe if you could grab him, just because we don't want, let's make an admonishment and
Sure.
get on with it, so to speak.
Judge, if I might interject.
Yeah?
I say, Judge, if I might interject.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to get my phone fixed. If someone, I'm going to have my esteemed colleague fill in for me while I can get back in with the phone. I'm buffering bad here. If you don't mind, Judge, I'll be right back in. Stand in. Can you fill in for me, please?
Oh, like young Nick?
Oh my God.
Stand in, can you fill in?
Travis needs to wrangle up.
Well, my Texas accent ain't so thick anymore, but yes, I am here. Let's see. I already had my witness step out because defense counsel made us aware in chambers that he's going to ask for this motion. I can have them step in quickly, Judge, just so they can have the admonishment.
Okay. Are all the witnesses now in the courtroom that would be called on the safekeeping order?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Those of you that have been subpoenaed or know to be a witness in this proceeding, you are advised there is a motion for separation of witnesses. The import of that means that you cannot talk about your testimony with anyone other than the attorney that called you. You cannot be in the courtroom during any other witness's testimony. And you are not permitted to discuss the testimony of other witnesses amongst yourself or with anyone else. Is that sufficient admonishment from your perspective, gentlemen?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step back out in the hallway, please.
May I continue?
Yes, sir.
Judge, just by way of a brief summary of kind of what I think you're going to hear today, our position rests, in part on some basic, statutory law in Indiana. I've already noted that 35-33-11-1 safekeeping statute. Second, we believe that, this is a circumstance where there are some equal protection issues and due process issues under the 14th Amendment. And some of that just pertains to the disparity in treatment that I believe Mr. Allen is receiving versus others that are similarly situated. The due process argument obviously is similar to what I talked about earlier, just there's got to be some evidentiary showing. And then Mr. Allen's Sixth Amendment right to counsel, I think, is kind of in play here. And that is to say that there have been some hurdles that I think you're going to hear about with regard to us having access and getting access to him and having some confidential access to him. And, those types of things that I think kind of are wrapped up around the Sixth Amendment. I alluded to this earlier. The sheriff's request that was filed back in 2022 is primarily asking for relief for what I would consider to be maybe practical reasons that, this community was inundated with media requests and it's just been overbearing essentially on the community. But I don't think it's, there's no information or allegations. There's no information. There are no allegations in this petition that pertain to the law as it relates to safekeeping and the standard. There's no doubt today that in response to our request, one of the things the court's going to hear is that Mr. Allen has been incarcerated, and while incarcerated has made some incriminating statements. He's implicated himself in this crime. Of course, we're aware of that. I believe that the state's going to introduce that evidence to try and garner up some emotional support here. But at the end of the day, anything that exists is generic at best. And it's the state's, or it's the defense's position that whatever has been said by him in the last several months is entirely inconsistent with the approach that he had taken leading up to his arrest in this case, including all of those interviews with the police and for months after he was incarcerated. And in fact, to the extent that the state offers up any evidence of these statements, you're going to see at some point in this case, you're going to hear that, at 1 minute he's saying one thing and the next minute he's saying something totally opposite. So, they're generic discussions and admissions at best. And, the court should know that that's coming. We're not hiding from any of that. We're of the position that his mental and physical state is deteriorating and that whatever he's doing and the actions that he's engaging in, frankly, are largely related to that circumstance. Beyond that, the defense's goal today is to try and find a practical solution to what really shouldn't be a problem. And that problem is that we don't have convenient access to our client because of the distance and a lot of these hurdles that some of the, I'll call them conditions, that are existing in the facility where he's housed. And there's no reason why this should even be an issue in this case. It's never been an issue in any other case that I've dealt with in the 23 years I've been doing this. And there's no reason why Mr. Allen should be treated differently, why I shouldn't have access to him, why Mr. Baldwin shouldn't have immediate access to him, and why our team or staff, our support staff, shouldn't have instant access to him. And I'm asking the court today to follow the law and then issue a practical ruling, a ruling that's practical and addresses the problem so we can get on with the merits. And that's really why we're here today. Thank you.
Okay, so I think other Nick is back. Hold on, let me see. Take that one down. Mr. McClelland?
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for that brief interlude. Anyway, Judge, the state's in a unique position because I don't represent the sheriff's office. I don't represent the DOC. My real interest in this, Judge, is to protect the interest of the sheriff in terms of part of the reason for the safekeeping is that we're short on manpower to be able to protect Mr. Allen and to be able to transport him back and forth to hearings. That's really the state's main concern, Your Honor. And he's protected while he's in custody, and that's protected when he's transported back and forth to custody because, as Mr. Razi said, the evidence and all the briefings are going to come out today, and the evidence is going to come out that he has made admissions. The admissions put him in heightened security risk, Your Honor. That's just the reality. If he's moved to a jail that's closer to our community, there's likely more people who are emotionally tied to this case. And so the state's real goal is to keep him safe and to make sure when he's transported that he's safe. And the state wants to address some of the allegations that the defense outlined in their motion, some of the allegations against the DOC, some of the allegations on Mr. Allen's being treated unfairly or differently than other inmates. And that's just not the case, Your Honor. The reality is he's been treated better than other inmates there. He's not getting any ill treatment because he's the defendant in this case or for any reasons. And so that's really the state's main role in this hearing, Judge. And that's the evidence the state intends to introduce.
All right. You may call your first witness, Mr. Rosie. So I need to, I got to figure something out first, though. So sing a song or something.
No, thank you. I'll just listen to your keys click. Travis is outstanding.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. So Tobias, I'll tell you who the next one is, so then you can hook that up. And then I'm gonna bring Tobe for Mr. Rosie.
Thank you. I would call Chief Deputy Tobe Lesby. 1 second, Your Honor.
Take your time.
But for real, though, tell me when I should go.
You're fine. Go ahead. He's on. Tobe is on for you.
All right.
Where are we at?
What's your name?
Tobe Lesby.
We're in the courtroom.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Tobe Lesby.
And Mr. Lesby, just tell the court what's your current occupation and position.
I am currently with Carroll County Sheriff's Office, serving as appointed Chief Deputy by Sheriff Tony Liggett.
Okay, and is it fair to say, just to kind of get past the technicalities or formalities here, that you were the former sheriff here in Carroll County for several years?
Yes, sir, because 2015 and 2022.
Okay, so in November or in 2022 and late 2022, you were the acting sheriff, is that right?
Elected sheriff? Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you filed a motion essentially asking for a safekeeping order with this court back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you had a chance to review that motion in advance of coming here today?
Briefly, yes.
Okay, would it help you to have the motion in front of you as I ask you questions to refresh your memory?
If I may, please.
May I approach?
You may.
Right, just take a look at this document and let me know if if you're familiar with that document.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with this document.
All right. And is that the motion that I've just alluded to that was filed by you, signed by you, and filed back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you draft this motion yourself?
Actually, I had presented a similar motion to request, I should say so, or I should say to the court, and as I recall, the court had actually come up or provided this particular document.
Okay, so let me see if I can ask a more direct question. Did you prepare that motion in your office on a computer, essentially?
I prepared a similar motion to this. Again, wording was adjusted by the court.
Okay, so you prepared a document that we presumably don't have here today, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and you presented that document to the court?
Yes.
And then this was the result,
Right.
this document.
Yes.
And then you were asked to sign this.
Yes.
Who asked you to sign this?
The court.
Who's the court?
Judge Diener.
Okay. And that's how this is essentially became to be.
Yes.
There was a process?
Yes.
Okay. The information that's contained in this motion, did you offer up all the information, or was some of that offered up by Judge Diener and others?
The wording, if I understand you correctly, was information that I had originally documented it in a previous request.
Okay.
And so the wording was simply adjusted in his documents, that the wording was the same. It's just that it was adjustments were made by the court with this document.
Okay. Did you provide to the court any additional documentation in support of, I'm going to call these allegations, in support of these allegations before this document was finalized, let's say?
Again, the only thing I recall is providing, again, similar information as it relates to the narrative in this document stating my concerns of security.
Okay. Well, why don't we just try to get down to the brass tacks here? Did you offer up any emails with threats on Mr. Allen's life or on jail staff or anything like that to the judge with your original pleading?
No, sir. The only thing I had mentioned was, obviously, this being high profile. Again, it's similar to this wording.
Okay, so the way I understand is this. You didn't offer up any supporting documentation at all other than just your thoughts about high profile cases in the media, all of which is frankly referenced in here.
Yes.
You didn't receive, in advance of this particular circumstance, any audio threats from anyone that you shared with the judge? Somebody called your sheriff's department and said something on the phone?
No, direct threats to me as sheriff of the county.
Okay. Did you provide up any kind of digital media communications or anything like that to the judge before this was finalized?
No, sir.
All right. And you acknowledge that Mr. Allen ultimately was arrested. I think it was October 22nd. Does that sound about right, of 2022?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Let me just direct your attention again to paragraph 3 of this pleading, if you would. Paragraph 3, I'm going to read it to you and ask you some questions about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It says, quote, "The defendant has been charged in a high-profile cause, creating potential safety and security concerns because of extensive coverage from an array of various media platforms, both mainstream and social, throughout this state, the United States, and the world," end quote. Are those basically your words?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that your concerns were based on potential threats, not any material threats to your life
Correct.
or Mr. Allen's life
Correct.
or the lives of any of the law enforcement officers involved in this case?
Correct.
Let me direct your attention to paragraph 4. I'm going to read that to you and ask you some questions. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Paragraph 4, quote, "In that the defendant has been charged in said high profile cause, it is felt by the undersigned potential safety and security concerns exist involving not only the defendant, but also jail facilities in Carroll and White counties within the state of Indiana," end quote. Your words, right?
Yes.
Again, strike that. Were there any specific material threats made on you, your staff, or on Mr. Allen's life that support those words?
No, sir.
Let me direct your attention to paragraph 5. I'm going to read that to you and ask you some questions. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Quote, "Because of the aforementioned reasons, as sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I cannot provide the services, attention, or supervision necessary to protect or meet the defendant's needs or to ensure, protect, and guarantee the safety or security of the defendant, staff, or facilities. End quote. Those are your words, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you acknowledge that there hasn't been an immediate threat on your facility, even as we sit here today? He has kids there. He might be.
Yes. No, it was lagging.
Certainly not before this.
Correct.
Okay. So the crux of your motion was actually more along the lines of, hey, judge, I just don't have the manpower, so to speak, to deal with this. Can you help? Is that a fair kind of summary?
A portion, yes.
All right. So is it accurate to say, well, strike that. Remind me to ask Travis later why I say strike that if she's going to then put it in the transcript anyway. Is it accurate to say that after Mr. Allen's arrest, that he was actually moved out of Carroll County and detained somewhere else?
Yes.
And did that happen basically immediately?
Yes.
Did you make those arrangements with the sheriff of White County to have that done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was all kind of coordinated ahead of time.
Yes.
And so did he ever actually spend any time in the Carroll County jail?
As I recall, maybe one night.
And so tell the court what arrangements you made to have him placed in White County.
Just a matter of simply having direct communication with Sheriff Bill Brooks and explaining my concerns of potential safety and security of our facility and ask him if he could temporarily hold Mr. Allen for us.
Okay. And were you confident that Mr. Brooks and his facility was adequate to hold him on a temporary basis?
At that time, yes.
Did you have any belief or any information that suggested that he was going to be moved somewhere else within a day or 5 or 10 or any amount of time?
Potentially involving the safekeeping aspect, I felt at some point he might be moved.
But you didn't have any guarantees at that point.
Correct.
Do you routinely move offenders from your jail to other jails in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Is that sometimes based on overcrowding?
Mainly because of overcrowding, yes.
Is it also sometimes based on the fact that you might have a co-defendant in your jail and you can't really have a co-defendant in the same airspace?
Correct, sir.
Are there ever reasons why inmates get moved around to other jails?
Those are the two primary.
Okay. Your jail happens to be unusually small, right? Is that?
Very small, sir.
Yeah, one of the smaller ones in the state, I assume.
Correct. Our maximum capacity is 34.
Okay, so do you routinely lean on White County, for example, to house inmates for you?
Mainly White County, and then sometimes either Tippecanoe or Clinton.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sometimes also Tippecanoe or Clinton counties.
That's where we need to. What?
That's when I need sound effects on the channel.
You do. You need one of those boards like Jay has. Okay. Tippecanoe is a pretty expansive jail with a lot of resources, right?
Right.
And White County's a newer facility as well.
Newer compared to ours, yes.
Sure. Okay. They have more resources over there.
Yes.
Do you ever farm anybody out to Cass County?
We've had a few. In fact, we may have one or two there now.
Okay. And they've got a much larger facility than you have?
Newer edition, yes.
Okay. And just recently opened, right?
Right.
In the last few months?
Yes.
In fact, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it fair? I'm looking at paragraph 7 of this pleading. If I could draw your attention to that, take a look at that and let me know when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that at the time that you filed this motion that you were willing to accept responsibility for transporting Mr. Allen to and from wherever he ended up?
Yes, or coordinating with DOC.
Okay. So it says here, quote, I will be responsible for transporting or for coordinating, end quote, right?
Right.
So you were willing to be a part of all that?
Yes.
At the time when you petitioned the court the time when you petitioned the court, did you have any interest in ensuring that Mr. Allen was going to be treated like other pretrial detainees?
That's the ultimate goal, if you will, for all detainees is the safety and security of those individuals. So that would include Mr. Allen.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did you ever go to Westville to visit that facility before he was transported up there?
No.
Since he's been there, have you ever gone up there, not necessarily to visit Mr. Allen specifically, but to go up and take a look at the circumstances under which he's detained?
No, sir.
And you've been aware, I assume, for several months now, that there's been an ongoing call it a feud, if you will, about his detention circumstances.
From what I've seen of media reports, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that anyone else in your department that has gone up to Westville to visit Mr. Allen, not him and talk to him, but visit and inspect the circumstances up there since he was arrested?
I'm not aware, no.
Was it brought to your attention at some point that I had worked out an arrangement to have Mr. Allen moved?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that Mr. McClellan was okay with that occurring?
It's my understanding Mr. McClellan's position was a sheriff's decision.
Okay. You've not heard that he was okay with that? You think he was
No.
punting to the sheriff's department?
Right.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the court was amenable to doing that at some point?
I mean, I know that the court had entertained the request, but I don't know the court's position.
All right. You acknowledge that Cass County was really the centerpiece in terms of where to try to move Mr. Allen when these discussions were ongoing?
Yes.
And that's a facility that's roughly how far from here?
Time-wise, roughly 20 minutes.
And was there a point in time when you were involved in any decision as to whether or not to move him to Cass County?
No.
Okay. Was that presumably your superior?
Yes.
Sheriff Liggett?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a transport officer that works at the jail, or did you when you were sheriff?
Yes.
As a full-time officer?
Yes.
Okay. Does that transport officer travel to and from various jails and prisons, picking up, moving offenders and things of that nature?
Yes. However, I should interject that due to, like many county jails, due to the labor force, if you will, that individuals placed into the rotation, so we utilize him randomly when we can. So like now he's in and out, if you will.
Okay, but that's something that's normal in jail systems, right? I mean, you're constantly moving inmates around.
Sure.
All right. Do you have any kind of emergency response unit or CERT team or anything like that works for the sheriff's department?
No, sir.
Like a drug interdiction team that serves warrants on an emergency basis?
No, sir.
So If you're dealing with high profile stuff where you're serving a warrant and there's suspected to be guns and drugs, do you seek out the assistance of other agencies?
Yes, sir.
And is that something that you do routinely in this business?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about attorney-client visits at the Carroll County Jail, okay?
Yeah.
Do those happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when attorneys visit the jail, is it fair to say basically you walk in and you push a button and talk to the jail staff and they make arrangements for you to come in and visit your client?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that that's really not any more complicated than parking on the street down here, right in front of the door, and just walking 10 or 15 yards in the door?
Yes.
Are you aware of any circumstances where attorneys that enter your jail to speak with clients are patted down or they're walked through a metal detector or anything like that in advance of meetings?
They are asked if they have any, items of potential contraband or cell phones, or they're asked to leave cell phones outside of the meeting room. And so overall, security-wise, yes, they're not necessarily patted down, if you will, but simply asked to if they have any particular items on them.
Forgive me, but I've obviously been in that jail and visited with clients before. Do you agree that a lot of those meetings happen in the room? There's kind of a library in your jail where there's a big table and some chairs.
Correct.
It's a fairly sizable room,
Yes, sir.
and it's a pretty comfortable place to sit and communicate with clients, right?
Right.
And that's kind of the norm when attorneys come to visit, right?
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstances where any of your staff or Sheriff Liggett's staff now, I understand there's this transition, have mandated that these visits be video recorded by your staff?
I mean, obviously we have cameras in our facility, but I mean, I'm not aware of any mandated recording.
Where one of your jail staff holds a camcorder and walks around and follows the inmate and the attorney and videotapes his stuff?
Nothing I've ever witnessed.
Say that again, please.
Nothing I've ever witnessed.
Okay. Do you believe that there are visits that occur with inmates routinely where the inmates are not shackled? Let's say, like Mr. Allen is here today.
Within the confines of the building, correct. Yeah, they're not shackled and...
No leg shackles?
Right. The only time we obviously utilize that type of equipment is when we go outside of the building with the defendant.
Sure. No belly chains?
No.
No handcuffs, box handcuffs like he's wearing today?
No.
You ever see anybody moved around the jail with like a leash or a chain on hooked to them where an officer's walking them around?
Not within the building, no.
That would all be very unusual in terms of attorney-client visits in your jail.
Right. Yes.
Very convenient to walk in here and meet with a client and have discussions, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that lawyers are able to bring documents in like discovery,
Correct.
laptops,
Yes.
anything that they basically need, pens, pencils, those kinds of things?
Yes.
And does your staff there allow inmates to drink water when they're meeting with their lawyers? Problem with that?
No.
I mean, just basic needs, right?
Right.
To have a conversation with a lawyer.
Correct.
All right. May I approach?
You may.
Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. It's just a photograph of Mr. Allen. I'm sure you recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no? Just because we're trying to pick up on a recording.
Yes.
Okay. And you acknowledge that that's a photo that was taken of him while he was incarcerated up in Westville?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, and you know that I've taken some exception to this photo, right?
Yes.
And primarily the condition of his clothing and just the way he looks.
Yes, sir.
See his clothing on defendant's A?
Yes.
It is obviously soiled and discolored and stained.
There appears to be, yes.
I mean, is this the kind of clothing you would see on your inmates at the Carroll County Jail? Do they look like this?
No, sir.
You would wash clothes and give the new clothes if
They routinely do that.
they looked like these.
Yeah.
You take care of your inmates?
I always try to, yes.
Move to admit A.
Mr. McClelland, do you have any objection?
Send it through.
Sorry about that, Judge. I was writing down some notes. No objection, Your Honor.
I knew.
All right, without objection, A is admitted.
I'm kind of retarded.
Travis, we'll have to compare. I literally wrote all over mine. This is some of the shittiest shit I've ever read. I have no further questions.
Mr. McClelland?
Well, that's a surprise. Thank you, Your Honor. So, let me get my notes here. Deputy, first of all, how many years in law experience, or how many years have you been a law enforcement officer?
37.
37 years. And for some of that time, you were the elected sheriff. Is that correct?
Correct.
Throughout that time, you've always dealt with offenders, inmates, people who are charged with various offenses. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And also people that have been convicted of those offenses.
Yes, sir.
Even at the Carroll County Jail, people that are convicted are held there weeks, months, sometimes years after their conviction. Is that fair?
Correct.
Majority, is it fair to say the majority of the cases that we have in Carroll County are drug-related, OWI, theft, level felony, and minor misdemeanor cases. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
We don't have someone who's at least alleged to have committed the murder of 2 girls
Correct.
in this county.
Correct.
Have you ever had that in your experience?
We've had homicide defendants, yes, in our jail.
And given the notoriety of this case and the kind of level of media attention in this case, when Mr. Allen was taken into custody, did you have concerns about his safety?
Yes.
Now, you had no direct threats that concerned his safety. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
But you were concerned that he may be in danger.
Right.
Were you concerned about him being in danger from other inmates?
Potentially.
Our jail doesn't have the Carroll County Jail doesn't have a segregation unit. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
And so he would have to be housed with other inmates.
Correct.
And did you have a fear that there may be some kind of retribution from these other inmates against Mr. Allen?
Potentially, yes.
Did you have a concern that when he was transported back and forth to the courthouse, there may be issues?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Rozzi over here asked you about the transport officer. Typically, when you have a transport officer, how many people go to transport another inmate?
Usually it's a one-on-one or one-on-two or more sometimes.
Huh. And you talked about staffing issues, and I guess there's been nobody who's been exempt in the sheriff's office at this point who hasn't had to transport somebody.
Correct.
You included, right?
Correct.
The sheriff included.
Right.
And so typically when you transported somebody, it's a one-on-one situation.
Correct.
Would you feel at the time that you filed this, did you feel comfortable transporting Mr. Allen in a one-on-one situation?
No.
The visitations with attorneys and clients, those are videotaped, correct?
Yes, they have.
There's no audio, but no audio, right?
There is video.
Image videotaping of these meetings. Why is that done?
Again, that's mainly for, if you will, to monitor, mainly for the safety and security of not only the facility, but that individual. That is because we have had individuals act out against their attorneys, and so we want to obviously provide for the safety of the attorneys coming into the building as well, or anyone visiting the inmate.
Well, sure. And did you, when you filed the motion, those safety concerns were in the front of your mind when you filed the motion?
Yes.
And you didn't make the decision to grant the safekeeping. Is that fair?
That's correct.
The court did that, right?
Right.
But you filed the motion with your concerns and outlined those concerns in the motion, didn't you?
Correct.
Before you signed the motion, did you review it?
Yes.
And so there may have been some, I guess, corrections or additional language added to the motion before you signed it, but you had an opportunity to review it before you signed it.
That's correct.
And did you firmly believe the statements in the motion were correct?
I did.
And did you believe these statements in the motion when you signed it?
I did.
Have you asked the Department of Corrections to house people for safekeeping purposes before?
Yes.
And in the other cases, when you do that, do you go inspect the facilities at the DOC before they're transported?
Typically, I have not. I must comment that I've been to Westville, although some time ago, but I know the general layout, if you will,
Sure.
of that facility. And so, but this particular case, I did not, because I have faith and trust in the Department of Corrections.
Sure. I guess my the question better, was it routine for you to go inspect the facilities at DOC before you asked that an inmate be transported for safekeeping?
No.
It would seem unusual to me that you would ask for a safekeeping order, and before they're transported, go to that facility, check it out to see if it meets your standards, I suppose, and then allow the inmate to be transported.
Again, I have trust in the Department of Corrections.
Sure.
And their facilities and resources.
Mr. Rozzi over here had asked you about if inmates are shackled or handcuffed in your facility. Have you had occurrences where you've had a high risk inmate where they are shackled during attorney visits?
If we have, it's been some time ago. I don't recall any recent specific incidents.
Would it be your, well, do you know, was it your policy when you were in the sheriff to have, if there's high risk defendant, that they be restrained in some way when they visit with their attorney?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie?
Have you had other murderers housed in your jail in the past?
Yes.
And do Mr. McClellan asked you if you had any direct threats, and you acknowledged that you hadn't had any direct threats on his life or yours or anybody else's, right?
Right.
Did you have any indirect threats on his life or yours or anybody else's?
Not indirect, but I guess I will say rumors or social media innuendos.
Okay. Did you send law enforcement teams or authorities out to act on those?
No, because we weren't fully aware of the actual location of those individuals.
And let's talk about when he was transported to White County. Were you aware of the circumstances under which he was housed in White County, the White County jail?
As far as specifically where he was placed
Yeah.
within White County, no. Again, I obviously had trust and still do have trust in Sheriff Bill Brooks.
So you didn't go over there either?
No, but I know their facility.
Okay.
Yeah.
But are you aware that he was isolated over there?
Again, once he was turned over to Sheriff Brooks, at that point, that was his calling. It's his building.
You don't even know?
I don't.
Did you attempt to call any other sheriffs in any of the other surrounding counties, maybe Tippecanoe, for example, to try to work some long-term arrangement out for him?
No, sir.
And Mr. McClellan asked you about transportation. You said you have this one officer. Does your department routinely ask for assistance from other law enforcement agencies in the course of your business?
Yes.
And you could have sought out that assistance in terms of transporting him, right?
Potentially, yes.
I mean, the state police has been intimately involved in this case for the last 5 or 6 years, right?
Right.
They have far greater resources than your staffing has, right?
Right.
And your department has.
Yes.
Would that have been an option?
Potentially.
Mr. McClelland asked you about whether or not it would have been routine for you to inspect a facility. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was?
No.
If you had to do it over again, would you now think about inspecting, having been through all this?
No.
All right. I have nothing further.
Mr. McClelland?
Judge, yes, if I may. Sheriff,
Go
oh, excuse me, Deputy, do you have concerns of Mr. Allen's safety today if he's placed in the Carroll County Jail?
I do, because of our combination of several things: staffing, the concern of additional inmates, and not knowing, if I may speak, it was a proactive effort on my part in addressing this.
You had to act quickly. Is that fair
Yes.
in saying?
Yes.
He was arrested.
Yes.
There was concern that if he's housed in your jail, what was the concern for his safety? That another inmate would act out against him?
Inmate or potentially any, outside sources, not knowing, who may carry through with some type of an outside threat.
And this crime is very closely connected to our community.
Right.
and a lot of people involved,
Yes.
and a lot of emotion involved,
Right.
and rightly so.
Yes.
And so, did that house some of your fear that someone may become too emotionally involved and act out in an inappropriate way against Mr. Allen?
Correct.
And is that your fear still today, still present today?
Yes, I would say so.
And more evidence comes out.
Yes.
Would you say your fear is going to be heightened or diminished?
I would say heightened.
And let's be clear, the admission he's making in DOC, once those come out,
Right.
that he admitted to those crimes,
Right.
once that information is public, does that heighten your fear of his safety or diminish it?
Heighten it.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Thank you. Chief, you may step down.
Thank
Hope
you.
says no. Mr. Rosie?
We'll call Max Baker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Tobe.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Tobe.
Okay, so I've got to say, the main reason that I bought this transcript was because of this right there that just happened. Nobody who is in court can agree on who was the first person to bring up the quote-unquote confessions / omission or admissions that Richard Allen made while in prison.
I know the answer to this.
Now we do.
It was Rosie.
No, that was McClelland.
No, dude, he said it. It was the very first thing he said to the judge. Go back to page 1.
This is why nobody can get it straight. Where?
Hold on. I can give you the line and everything. So, page... Hold on. Might be the second thing he says.
Hold on, I'm reading through it real quick.
Page 7, the end of page 7, like the last sentence going into page 8.
Okay, let's see.
And then most of page 8.
Okay, there's no doubt today in response to our request, one of the things the court's going to hear is that Mr. Allen has been incarcerated and while incarcerated has made some incriminating statements. Boom! He's implicated himself in this crime. You're right. Right there off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have some side notes on that.
I didn't, but it was one of the things that was stuck in the back of my head was the argument of who brought it up for, because Bob said that it was Rosie. And I even went back and checked his tweets, but then everybody else was like, Nick brought it up. But one of the things I do want to say before we move on to Max Baker has to do with just that last little bit that we read, where he was basically prompting him, like, you know, as more evidence comes out, as these admissions come out, like this was a year ago and still none of this has come out. So I'm just curious, like he said it as though he expected, unless, which I don't remember. And I feel like I certainly would have remembered, but I was tired last night, but I don't remember anywhere in this hearing where Nick actually says what they are. Aside from just calling them admissions and that he implicated himself.
And so Rosie refers to them as incriminating statements and McClelland refers to them as admissions.
Yeah. Admitted incriminating statements. He implicated himself. Anything that exists is generic at best. Whatever's been said by him in the last several months is entirely inconsistent. One minute he's saying one thing, the next minute he's saying something totally opposite. They're generic discussions and admissions at best. We're not hiding from any of that. We're of the position that his mental and physical state is rating. So
do you guys think that's the phone calls with Rick's wife, or do you think it's also, do we know if the 30 so-called admissions to companions and medical and mental health, staff, do we know when those allegedly occurred, or if if they're alluding to that, or is it? Do you think
they
they're
are.
just talking about the 2 phone calls
No,
that have been?
I think that they're talking about all of those because at the point of this hearing, and we're not there yet, but we will be, you find out that the companions aren't there anymore. Now they're officers that are at the door by June. So he would have been encompassing anything that was said to those companions and the phone calls, and the warden mentions a couple things. Like everything is talked about in here.
So Nicole, you mentioned, it was a year ago, this transcripts from June of last year. Why are the state and the defense tackling it now in the last 30 days? Why do you think that was? If they had a November discovery deadline before they were removed, and then they came back on, filed a speedy trial, and
I don't know why to suppress didn't come in.
what do you think that is?
I don't. You would think they would have wanted to suppress that long ago, but I'm thinking that they probably figured, and I might be wrong, but they probably figured, okay, so if we do this, we argue the suppression, and she does suppress it. We're so close to trial, like whatever they're going to do to keep doing to him to get him to make more statements, then they're just
Right.
going to pile up again. Then she's not going to entertain another motion to suppress.
Yeah,
But
I think that's true. And then sometimes the strategy can be, look, they're further in the hole. The other side is further in the hole than we are, and we'll just deal with it at trial.
yeah,
And, they'll
they
bring
don't
it
seem
up. We'll fight about it at.
they don't seem to care to talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he did list some. So him saying they're generic or they don't make sense, and he says one thing, then says another thing, would, with the motion to suppress we've now seen, where he's saying random stuff like he shot them and in the back and things like that, would make sense. Like, I'm sure in the course of him just randomly blurting out a bunch of random admissions that at some point he had to have guessed or made mention of like a knife. You know what I mean? It almost seemed like offering, like thinking in your head, like how many ways can a person be killed? Like how many ways could this have happened? I'm going to just start saying that I did all of that. Maybe whatever's going on will stop.
Yeah.
But there's some things here in Max's testimony that I found extremely interesting, and for some reason I guess didn't notice or don't remember hearing before, about his condition. And it would very much support in my head, like the idea if they were to tell me this story that, he got to Westville and then they put him here and then he started, covering himself in feces and saying all these random things, and these companion folks are outside the door, and then he makes these admissions to his wife on the phone and says whatever it is that he says. I guess for me, a question was always like, was the phone call caught on camera somewhere? And what was happening around him when that phone call or these phone calls were made, kind of thing. And if there's truth to what, and I don't see why there wouldn't be, what Max Baker's testifying to here, my concern went up a little bit in terms of, was he like physically assaulted in some way to make some admit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm really glad you got these transcripts, Teresa. There, as you and Nicole have been pointing out, and there's a tremendous amount of information, and when this information was known and so on and so forth. So I'm interested to hear what Max has to say.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting what he says. A couple that probably others will, or maybe people were paying more attention than me, but there were some things that I guess I hadn't really noticed before.
Or I don't think that we were even. I mean, I guess I should just speak for myself. For me, at this point in time, like June of 2023, I was still. They had arrested him. I wasn't like overly like looking into the case of like, okay, do they have the right guy or not? This is still when I
No.
had a lot of faith in the system of they finally arrested somebody. All right, we'll get to trial. We'll see if it's the right person. And then this hearing is what kind of brought me back, but I really didn't like start digging back in until it was like August when the defense attorneys asked to have cameras in the courtroom. So I somewhat paid attention to this, but I was like, and I remember like when the picture came out and I was like, it could be staged. It could be bad. And then I that's what kind of drew my attention back, but I wasn't overly interested in like listening to the details of this hearing. So a couple months ago when it was kind of coming back up about the safekeeping and whether he was in the right, whether he should be moved or not, I was like, well, where did these confessions come from? What are they actually saying? So I went back and watched like anybody I could find that went to the hearing in June of 2023. And like Sleuthie was going back through old tweets, just trying to figure out what really happened in the hearing and how everything kind of unfolded. And then when the transcripts were available, I was like, I'm just going to get them because that'll tell me exactly what I want to know. And I don't have to listen to anybody's stuff.
That's what bothers me about the trial.
So that was my question. How many people were like, how many creators went to this hearing in June 2023 that you could reach out to and try and confirm facts? Anything compared to the numbers that have been, well, it hadn't been that many actual hearings, but not near as many as have been like at the last couple over the last few months this year.
Right. So I know Bob had gone, and so I went back and listened to his. And I know that even it popped up on one of his more recent Delphi lives where he was like, shoot, Bob wasn't there the real way. Bob was at the June 15th hearing.
He was. He
reported. Yeah, he was. He wasn't at the one on this. I also have that transcript. We're not doing that one today because this one's really long, and I don't even know if we're going to this one might end up being 2 parts anyway. But I do have the one from the 7th here. He wasn't at that one, but the one in June. So I went back and listened to him. I know like a few of the creators that are local, like Frank Meister and Frosty, and I think even Marv was at this hearing I don't know about that, but I know like some of the more local people were there. So I went back and listened to theirs, but I mean, definitely not as many as are trying to go now to the hearings, but
you just need transcripts. I'm sorry. That's what bothers me about the trial. Just thinking not being televised, because it would be a lot of transcript to go through, and I just personally wouldn't trust anything really coming from, because they are long days, and you'd almost have to be able to like write in shorthand and be able to type a transcript from. You know what I mean?
Well, and then we call transcripts the cold hard narrative of the trial. I mean, you read it in black and white, and it just you all know it's just completely different when you're in. It's even completely different being physically in the courtroom versus watching it, even with a good feed and multiple cameras and but it's, there's just no substitute for it. And I don't know what Max is going to say, but
My name is Max Baker.
Rosie already got out, that he's under all of these constraints, even for attorney visits. And I've been
It gets much more deep. I mean, they go into a lot of detail.
Yeah, and I've never had a prison visit where my client was shackled, anything like that. They have special meeting rooms, and we're at a table. Guards can see in, but can't hear anything. But just never heard or seen anything like that. Certainly, never heard or seen anything like the two temporaries attorneys reported that were on until they were Baldwin and Rosie were reappointed. That was pretty frightening. I'm bad with names. What that public defender described.
Interesting. All right, you guys ready? Ready for Max Baker to take the stand?
I'm here, Your Honor.
What's your name?
My name is Max Baker.
And Max, if you would, tell the judge where you live.
I live in Logansport, Indiana.
Okay, and Max, how are you involved in this circumstance? Just give the judge some background.
I began working as an intern at Brad Rossie's office around November last year on this case, just helping him with the burden. There's a lot of work to do on this case, so he needed an intern to help lighten the load a bit.
Okay, so tell the judge what your highest level of education is.
Oh, I have my high school diploma from Logansport High School, and I am currently a junior at Indiana University, Bloomington.
All right, so you'll be graduating after next year, right?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, sorry.
No, that's all right. Have you worked in other law offices even before you worked for me?
Yes, last summer I worked with Mark Lehman, an appeals attorney in Logansport, Indiana. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay. And do you have some general, intention to pursue an occupation in the legal industry?
Yes, once I finish my undergraduate degree, I hope to attend law school.
Okay. And just tell the judge generally what the nature of your involvement has been in this case.
Well, it began with helping with a change of venue motion. And then once we started getting discovery in, obviously the discovery in this case is pretty massive. So I began to help with that process and digest all the information. It's a lot of information. That's my main role. But other than another one of my roles has been helping Brad visit and speak with Rick on occasion.
Okay. And is it also true that you've been working with most of the people behind me that are kind of sitting here, part of our support staff?
Yes, it's kind of been a group effort. Yeah.
Okay. Have you been privy to some of the discussions and conversations about Mr. Allen's detention situation and trying to get him moved to another facility?
Yes, I have.
Have you had a chance to visit? I think you said you did, but how many times would you estimate that you visited Mr. Allen up to today's date?
I have visited Rick 4 times while he's been incarcerated.
And can you generally just give the judge some idea of the time frames? I don't expect you to recite the exact dates, but
Yeah,
just give her some idea.
absolutely. So the first visit was on my Christmas break. It was around Christmas time, December last year. And then my last 3 weeks, my last 3 visits have all been in the month of May of this year, once I got back from college.
So one visit around Christmas time and 3 in the month of May.
Yeah.
Tell the judge just for you is it fair to say that you visited with me? We've gone together every time that you've gone?
Yes.
All right. Tell the judge what it takes for you and I just generally to get essentially to get in Rick's airspace to get to a place where we can talk to him.
Um. Oh, I do want to answer. It has changed during my visits.
Well, let's talk about distance and time and things like that.
Okay. Yeah. So it's been about an hour and an hour and a half drive from Logansport to Westville. That's been a little longer recently because they've been doing some construction on the roads in between here and there. But yeah, I mean, usually we have to call and give them an advance notice that we will be going, and they have to make preparations, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a pretty far drive, longer with the detour now.
And so when we get to the prison, give the judge some idea of kind of what initially occurs. Well, let's just strike that. Let's talk about the first visit back in December. Do you recall that visit?
Yes.
Tell the judge what you remember about us getting access to Mr. Allen during the first visit.
Out of all the times we went, it was the least complicated process. Basically, we just kind of walked in. Rousey showed his identification. I kind of embarrassingly forgot my wallet that day. I left it in the office, so I didn't have my identification on me. So I told the lady at the front desk my name, and then that's really all we had to do. And then we were put in a van and driven to Rick's area of the prison.
What did we take with us, if you recall?
Laptops, phones, work material. I mean, all different kinds of sorts of things. None of our bags were searched or anything like that.
Yeah, there wasn't any kind of shakedown that occurred in the front at the
Oh, absolutely not. No,
front gate or anything like that.
no.
All right. And where did we visit with him, if you recall?
We visited. I do believe it was the captain's office. It was somebody's office. It was a pretty large room with a large kind of table in the middle of it.
And how would you describe Rick's physical appearance and demeanor at that visit?
I mean, he kind of looked like he'd always looked. I mean, he was not long into his stay at the correctional facility, so not much about his physical appearance had really changed. He was, still, had some weight on him, still looked healthy. His demeanor was pretty normal, albeit, I mean, he was obviously undergoing a lot of stress, that sort of thing, but he looked healthy and normal from what I saw.
And in terms of communicating with him, not specifically, but was he communicative, I should say?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Were we having productive exchanges, attorney-client exchanges?
Yes.
And tell the judge what you recall about the presence of other officers during that first visit, other prison staff.
So yes, Rick, every time I basically went. He was escorted by, I would say, four to six guards, and during our meetings, usually some guards hang around where we were and where we were meeting. The first meeting, the door was left slightly ajar, and a couple of guards were propped up outside. And I knew that because they were, you could hear the conversations they were having from time to time.
Okay. And so eventually you said that the next, I think, 3 visits you had were in the month of May.
Hmm.
Yes or no?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about those visits. Tell the judge, were there changes in the way things occurred at the prison in May?
Yes, there were massive differences.
Okay. Let's talk to the judge about the front gate and kind of what changed there in terms of us getting there.
Oh yeah. So at the front gate, identification was absolutely required. Bags were searched. We are not allowed to take our phones in. We were not allowed to take our watches in. We were not allowed to take laptops in or computers in. We got patted down by an officer there. Had to go through a metal detector. It was a completely different process. Yes.
What were we required to do with our phones?
We were required to leave them in the car. We couldn't.
We couldn't even have them in the building at that point.
Yeah, I remember you had asked if we could put them in the locker, and that request was denied. They have lockers there for personal belongings right next to the check-in area.
Okay, and so where did we meet with Rick, if you recall, during these May visits?
I believe we met in therapy. It was another type of office, but this one was much, much smaller. It was, I would say, about half the size of the original one.
Okay, can you describe to the judge, as we're sitting here, to the best of your ability, like how big of a room are we talking about?
I would say 12 by 6. I mean, not big at all. I mean,
Okay, adequate to meet somebody, right?
yeah, yes, yeah, yeah,
But it was a different room altogether.
yes.
Okay, and describe to the judge what his escort was like, if it was any different than the first time to the room.
So I would, oh yeah, this time there was a video camera. There was recording Rick. One of the guards was walking behind him, recording him as we were being taken to our meeting room.
All right, and when you said a video camera, I mean, it's kind of old fashioned, but it was a camcorder. Is that right?
Uh,
All right, and so is this the first time you'd ever seen this video camera as part of this narrative?
yes.
All right, tell the judge how the video camera was employed, so to speak, by the prison staff throughout the visit.
So yeah, during our conversation with Rick, there was this pretty big window that overlooked the room. Rick was sat in a plastic chair with no armrests in the middle of the room, and for the entirety of our conversation with our client, the camcorder was held outside the window, kind of bearing down directly at him.
How far was the camcorder from your notepad and your body, so to speak, your person, if you could estimate?
It was a couple of feet. Kind of had to, because the desk was behind. I kind of had to lean over just to make sure that none of my notes were being picked up or anything like that.
All right, and so did I actually, do you recall me asking to have him sit? Well, strike that. Were there any other chairs in the room?
Yes.
Tell the judge what the room was like.
So you have the desk, which was sitting at, which was right next to that window where he was being recorded from. That desk had kind of a spinny office chair, and then to the left of that, by where the door was we entered was, there were just two cushioned kind of regular chairs, and then there was another desk to the right of the room that also had another kind of spinny desk chair.
All right, and so did I at some point make a request to just have him sit in one of the office chairs?
Yes, in our second visit, you requested that he sit in one of the padded chairs to the left of the room.
All right, what was the reaction?
Mm, They told you no, and they brought in a plastic chair for him to sit in that I referenced earlier, the one without the armrests.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh yeah, they said no, and they brought in a plastic chair that I referenced earlier, the one without the armrest on it,
Okay, where'd they put that plastic chair?
right in the middle of the room.
And where was it relative to the camera?
I mean, directly facing the room.
So he's looking essentially right into the camera the whole time.
Yes,
How far away was he, if you could estimate?
5, 10 feet.
Okay, pretty close.
Yes.
And so is it fair to say the whole time we're meeting with our client, we've got a video camera sitting right behind your head, basically,
Uh-huh.
on the other side of a window?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And presumably recording what's going on in this room?
Yes.
All right. As far as you know, his circumstances, was he shackled similar to the way he's shackled today?
I would say exactly like how he is today, with the handcuffs, with the bar in between them, the ankle cuffs, and then the belly chain.
Okay, so basically, is this the way you've seen him every time you've seen him?
Yes.
All right. And did you feel like in that room that there was any privacy whatsoever when we were meeting with him?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Did you have any confidence at all that anything we were saying was that those windows were soundproof or the door was soundproof or anything like that?
No.
Did we have an additional meeting in that room at some point, a second one?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. And do you recall there being any differences between the first meeting and the second meeting?
Not, I mean, too many, maybe a couple. I mean, I know one we went with Andy. That was kind of the main difference in my mind.
Okay. All right. Do you recall the environment in that room, whether or not it was hot, cold?
On one of the occasions, it was, I mean, it was a hot day out, but I mean, it was about 90, 95 degrees in that room. I left the conversation dripping in sweat, basically.
And the entire time, Mr. Allen is sitting in a plastic chair in the middle of the room facing a camera, right?
Yes.
With shackles on, leg shackles, and a belly chain.
Yes.
Had that ever changed, you know,
No.
up in those 2 visits?
No.
All right. Did we visit again more recently?
Yes.
Approximately when was that?
I think the 30th of May.
All right. So just about a week or 2 ago.
Mhm.
Yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Tell the judge what the purpose of that visit was.
That visit consisted of a person visit with Kathy and her husband. We wanted to get Rick to see his wife because we thought it would be kind of a mood booster for him to help his cause.
Well, let's talk about that. During the second and third visits, did you have a chance to observe his demeanor and his state of health?
Yeah, I mean, Rick looked and sounded absolutely awful during those second and third meetings. Just he looked weaker. I mean, you could see it today. He's lost so much weight. He just seems fragile. When he talks, he's much quieter than he used to be. He seems much more anxious about things, much more repetitive in his speaking, not really able to answer or respond to questions consistently. I mean, it's one of out of every 10 questions we ask him where we're getting a genuine response too.
So, was there really any ability to have a rational exchange with him in those 2 meetings?
Not much at all, no.
All right. So, did we arrange this meeting with his wife to try and maybe pull him out of his funk?
Yes,
And that's what happened a couple weeks ago, right?
yes.
Tell the judge what you recall about us getting into the prison during that meeting and what was allowed and not allowed.
Well, the rules changed a little bit during that meeting, and we were allowed to take the computer in with the flash drive, but we were still not allowed to have phones, no watches, if I do recall correctly. And then we were still patted down and searched before we went in.
All right. And when I recall there being a visit where actually you were not going to be allowed in at one point. Do you remember that?
That was the third visit, the one we went with Andy. For some reason, they said I was not on the guest list or something to that nature. And even if I showed them my identification, my driver's license, they informed me that I was not going to be able to go until Andy made a couple of calls. And about 30 minutes later or so, they let me go in with you guys.
So, in fairness, we got it worked out,
Yes, yes,
but it was different than the times before, right?
yes.
All right. And so, getting back to this last visit, tell the judge where we visited Mr. Allen.
So I'm guessing this is the room we visited him is the typical visitation room at Westville. It was kind of like a house type of structure, and inside the building there were I would describe lunch tables, kind of the like my public school, all throughout for different inmates. I'm guessing to meet family members and that sort of thing. And then back in the back of the room was filled with vending machines for snacks, water, that sort of thing. And there were 2 guards stationed in there, and we got in and.
So, they brought Rick in, right?
Mhm.
Tell the judge what he looked like in terms of how he was being restrained, and is probably the word I was looking for earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he was still kind of restrained how he had normally always kind of been. On this occasion, though, I noticed that Rick's entire face was bruised and kind of looked scarred a little bit. I mean, he looked horrible. He looked to be in horrible shape. Kind of looked like if he got into a really bad suntan, or he got a really bad suntan. But you could tell that it was all bruising.
Okay, let me go back to one of those visits real quick and let me ask you about his clothing. Was there a time when you pointed out that there was a considerable change in his appearance?
Yes.
Tell the judge what you remember about that.
Well, on the second and third visits, Rick's clothing appeared to be brand new each time, like he had just gotten the outfit out of the box. He wore white sneakers each time, which were extremely bright. Looked like they had just been bought at the store, something like that. So there was a massive change in the quality of clothes he was wearing from the first visit to my second and third visits.
And did that occur after I filed this motion alleging some of these concerns that we had?
Yes.
All right. Did that strike you as being kind of odd?
Yes. Yeah.
So then, going back to this last visit, did we make arrangements for Kathy through the prison for her to visit?
Yes.
Okay. And so, tell the judge where they were seated and what the logistics were surrounding their actual visit.
Okay. So they were seated kind of to the right side of the room, directly across from each other. One of the guards that brought Rick in was seated 5 to 10 feet away from them, basically close enough to hear, I would assume, every aspect of the conversation, whether they were whispering or not. There was another guard on the far left side, and then 2 guards at their desks, who I think are normally stationed in the area, and then a couple of guards came in and came in and out while we were meeting. While they were meeting.
These two gentlemen you mentioned that were stationed on either side of him, were those people that routinely transport him?
Yeah, those were the guards that I have noticed routinely transport Rick. Yeah.
Okay. And so was he allowed to have some interaction with Kathy?
Yes, they were allowed to hug at the beginning and end of the meeting.
Okay. Was he shackled?
He was not handcuffed at the time.
Okay. This is the first we've ever met with him when he didn't have any, at least handcuffs on, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing him walk in the actual facility?
Yes.
We were already there, right?
Yes.
When he came in, describe to the judge what you saw.
When Rick walked in, the guards that were escorting him took him past Kathy to the left side of the room and brought him into this room. About 5 to 10 minutes passed, and then Rick came out in a completely different outfit.
Okay. So they changed his clothes or something, right?
Yep.
How was he restrained when they brought him in initially?
Full shackles, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So basically, he has leg shackles on, right?
Uh-huh.
They were restricting his ability to walk.
Yes.
And he's got these hand shackles on, right?
Uh-huh. Yes.
He's always looking like I'm looking with one hand over the other as he is now.
Yes.
And he had a belly chain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall them having a leash actually attached to him?
Yes, on this occasion, they did have a chain leash that was attached to him. Yes.
And where was that? What was that? What was going on with the leash?
I just saw it connected to the belly chain.
Okay. Was an officer holding it, walking him?
Oh, oh, yes. Yes.
Did it look like walking a dog?
Yes.
Did I say something to them?
Yes. Yes.
Was I pretty upset by that?
Yes, you were.
So basically, he's walking around a jail, right?
Yes.
Like I am, small steps, and he's got a leash with somebody walking him on a leash.
Yes.
Am I exaggerating?
Not really, no.
How long did he meet with Kathy?
About an hour.
All right. And so we sat there. Did the officers ever leave and go anywhere else?
Uh, no.
I mean, where he would have had some privacy?
No, the officer that was next to him stayed with him the whole time. I stayed next to him the whole time.
All right. Was there anybody else in the building other than us and the people you described?
No, they had to close down the visitation center for the hour, so it was completely dead quiet in this room. I mean, me and Brad were sitting pretty far away from where Rick and Kathy was, but even at times I could hear aspects of their conversation.
Okay.
That's how quiet it was.
It was quiet in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of his physical condition at that point? Was it any different than before?
Yeah, his entire face was bruised, as I briefly mentioned earlier. And I mean, every single time I visited him, it was in a couple weeks past. He looked weaker and weaker and weaker. And this time he looked, I mean, awful. His entire face was bruised, and yeah,
Is it fair to say Kathy was pretty emotional?
I mean, absolutely, yeah,
I mean, she hadn't seen him in 7 or 8 months, right?
yeah,
While she was visiting with him, was there a point in time where she was just crying?
yes, yeah,
And do you recall either her or somebody else asking for some Kleenex, Rick or her?
yes.
And what'd they give her?
They gave her a couple pieces of toilet paper.
And tell the judge, do you recall at some point there being a request just to get some water?
Yes.
And who made the request?
Rick or Kathy, I don't exactly remember.
Okay, well, what was the reaction?
It was there was a no.
Just a flat no.
Yeah, the request was denied. Yeah,
How far were we sitting from a water fountain?
not far at all. The officer that was right next to them was also right next to the water fountain. It was quite literally right behind me.
How many requests were made for water while we were there?
Two, if I remember correctly.
And what was the response?
Both were denied.
And there's 7 or 8 full vending machines with Mountain Dew and Pepsi and Fritos and everything else on the back wall, isn't there?
Yes.
How'd that visit end?
Well, we spoke with Rick briefly, and then after Kathy and him had spoken, and he was taken back to his cell, I'm assuming by the same officers that escorted him in.
And then we departed
Yes.
and we haven't been back?
We have not been back, no.
Nothing further.
Mr. McClelland.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, you and I spoke before court. I think you're what, 20 years old? Is that right?
Yes.
Besides working on this case with Mr. Rosie, have you worked on other criminal cases with him?
Yes.
And during your work on these other cases, have you had an opportunity to visit DOC facilities?
I'm not. I visit other facilities. I'm not exactly sure whether or not they were DOC facilities.
Well, have you visited the Cass County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. Have you visited jails in other cities?
Yes.
Okay. During your time doing those visitations, did you ever have an opportunity to sit with or visit with somebody that had been accused of murder?
Yes.
And was it someone who'd been accused of murder of 2 girls?
No.
The first visit that you made with Mr. Allen during Christmas of 2022, is that correct?
Yeah, around that time.
And the demeanor of the conversation between you and Mr. Allen, was that a normal conversation?
Well, obviously, a lot was going on with Mr. Allen's life, so he was a little anxious, and it wasn't a normal conversation, but it was much more normal than my later conversations.
Let me rephrase. Did you introduce who you were?
Yes.
Did he introduce who he was?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And then you visit him, it looks like 3 times in May. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first visit in May, Was the interaction the same as it was at Christmas break?
Absolutely not. Not. He didn't even remember who I was.
And then the third and fourth visits, what were those interactions like?
I mean, similar. I mean, even those times he didn't remember who I was.
And let me back up. Did you know Richard Allen before you got involved with this case?
No.
And so fair to say that if you didn't know him before you visited him in Christmas 2022, you didn't know what was normal behavior, what his normal look was like. You didn't know what normal for him was. Is that fair in saying?
For him, yeah.
Okay, you're basing all the answers that you've given today on what you consider normal.
I was more trying to compare between the different visits.
But you throw out a lot of adjectives in there, you know. This was abnormal, this was normal. You're basing that on your experience, not your experience with Mr. Allen.
I believe I'm basing it on the multiple experiences I've had and comparing.
Phew. Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie?
Max, you've done hard work on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And seen a lot of photos and videos and watched a lot of interviews.
Yes.
Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's B. You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
It's a picture of Mr. Allen a year or two prior to this.
Yeah.
And is this what you believe that he looked like when he was arrested based on everything that you've seen in the thousands of pages of discovery?
Yeah.
Did he look like that in May when we started visiting him?
No.
Looks like he does now, right?
Yes.
Move to admit B.
Maybe a couple of foundation questions, Judge.
Yes.
Did you take that picture?
No.
How do you know when that picture was taken?
Well, to be fair, I don't.
Okay, so you're just being told it was taken a year or two ago by Mr. Rosie.
Yes.
You don't know who took that picture.
No.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. No objection to that photo.
All right. I'll show defendants B is admitted without objection.
Nick asked you about whether or not, Mr. McClelland asked you whether or not you had ever been to visit with somebody that was accused of murdering two girls. You remember that question?
Yes.
You ever been to visit with somebody that was accused of murdering a woman?
Yes.
And do we do that all the time?
We've done that. We've done that quite regularly since I started.
Yeah. Where do we do that?
I mean, it's nothing like how we would meet with Rick, but I mean,
Yeah, but where does that occur?
it could occur multiple. It could occur, in a room inside of a courtroom when we're meeting for hearing for a case. I mean,
Okay.
it's occurred in very normal, more normal location.
All right. Have we visited the Tippecanoe County Jail a whole bunch
Yes.
in the last 6 months?
Yes.
And is that involving a case involving death?
Yes.
And when we go visit with that client, tell the judge what the circumstances are like.
Well, the client is by no means shackled. She's in a completely normal state of mind given her circumstances. She's able to sit right next to us and able to assist in her defense, like write stuff down, all different sorts of things.
What kind of room were we in?
I mean, we're just in a normal kind of visitation room. I would assume we're in a rec room. I think at one time we visited the Tippecanoe County Jail.
Right. There's a table in there
Yes.
and we're all sitting around a table.
Yes.
Got discovery laid out on the table.
Yes.
Having discussions with the client.
Yes.
Interacting in much more unrestrained circumstances.
Absolutely, yes.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. McClelland?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Baker, let's just address the elephant in the room. Your testimony here today is implying if Mr. Allen were in another facility, his health would be better. His state of mind would be better. His clothes would be better. He'd have Mountain Dew. And that's because you visited other people in other facilities and they're in a better situation, in your opinion, than Mr. Allen's.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
He'd have Mountain Dew.
And he'd have Mountain Dew. All right. Thank you, Mr. Baker. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a Gary Lewis?
No, we don't have a Gary Lewis right now. We may need a Gary
Hey,
Lewis.
Gary Lewis, are you back there?
All right, Gary Lewis.
I think
show
Gary
up.
Lewis right back there. You got to give him a sec.
Okay.
1 second, Your Honor. Captain Gary Lewis, Your Honor. Sir, would you please tell the judge your name?
He's not ready yet. We don't have him on the stand. He's still walking into the courtroom currently. Mr. Rosie, slow your roll.
How long have we been live?
An hour and 46 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I feel like we're rolling along. As long as we don't get sidetracked again, another conversation, because I'll just.
We'll just go through it. This is the hearing. This is the hearing that Gull refers to the defense as liars and that they were proven to be so. Yes, this is that hearing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Lewis, you can take the stand.
Thank you.
Sir, would you please tell the judge your name?
Gary Lewis.
All right, and tell the judge where you work.
Westville Correctional Facility.
Okay. Is the reporter picking this up? Can you hear him okay? Okay.
Yeah, we're
And,
fine.
and specifically, do you work on the maximum security unit at the facility?
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, I don't understand all the dynamics there, but I suspect that's where your primary responsibility is.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been on that unit?
Going on 5 years.
All right. Is there any more secure unit in all of Westville Correctional Facility than the unit you work on?
I'm not sure. There's probably another lockup unit somewhere, but
Have you ever visited the rest of the facility?
the rest of the facility,
Yeah, Westville.
facilities are just my facility.
Let me make sure I asked the question correct. Is there, in the Westville Correctional Facility as a whole, is there another unit that's any more secure than the one you work on?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any other unit in the state that's really any more secure than the one you work on?
Maybe a couple.
Okay. Have you worked at those?
No.
All right. And are you basically in charge of the unit as it, at least during the day shift?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming there's another captain that may work in the evening.
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that your unit is kind of located in the back of the property and it's kind of its own separate facility?
Yes.
And in fact, to get there, you got to go through the front gate, right? The main front gate where everybody goes to visit. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you have to go be transported by a vehicle and then go through 2 more gates and then into your facility.
Yes.
Okay. What is the purpose of your unit?
To house incarcerated offenders that are disciplinary problems.
I'm sorry, to house? I just can't hear you very well.
To house.
I know you're soft spoken. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. To house all types of prisoners that have disciplinary problems. They could be safekeepings. They could be anybody, anywhere. They send them throughout the state that there's a problem or not a problem. Well, I really can't identify what the problem is when they send them here or there. I just know that they're in my facility. That's it.
Okay.
I try not to look at that.
In the time that you've been there, have you ever housed an inmate that I would refer to as a pretrial detainee, somebody that's not been convicted of a crime and awaiting trial?
Since I've been there,
Yes.
no.
This is a first, right?
Yes.
Mr. Allen's situation.
Yes.
And you see how he's restrained today, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're familiar with this restraint circumstance. Is that fair?
Yes.
And is this how he's restrained all the time whenever he's out of his cell?
No.
So he leaves his cell under different circumstances?
Yes. It's not the same kind of restraint. It's not the same type of restraint. That's it. Isn't how he's restrained. Similar, but it's not the same.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this is what he looks like when he meets with us?
Does he have a black box on?
He has a black box.
Yes.
Okay. Leg shackles, black box,
Yeah.
body, belly chain, I think they call them.
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, I know the judge knows this, but we're making a record. There's thousands of other inmates in that Westville Correctional Facility, right?
Well,
Other than Mr. Allen?
I work in a different facility. We only got 255 offenders max unit.
Okay.
So yeah, we got the whole Westville. Probably holds about 2,500 to 3,000 people.
Right. There's a fence that essentially separates your building from the other buildings in Westville,
Yes.
but all within the same perimeter.
Yes.
And do any of those other thousands of inmates, to the best of your knowledge, move around the facility looking like he does and restrained like he is?
Okay, so the circumstances are a little different. Like I said, when you are talking about when they come out of the facility and go somewhere else.
Let me just give you a hypothetical, okay?
Oh God.
When John Smith, who's housed on the other side of the fence, goes to visit with his wife in the visitation, is he shackled like this?
No.
Okay, is that part of the protocol for any of the other inmates that are on the other side of your fence when they go to visit?
So here's the deal. Like I know what they do over there. I know they don't. When the officer goes to the visiting room, no, they're not restrained. But for my unit, if they go to the visiting room, they're restrained like that.
Okay, and so he's not treated the same as other offenders that are outside of your maximum security unit. Is that an accurate statement?
That would be an accurate statement.
Do you acknowledge that he always has leg shackles on when we meet with him, right?
Yeah.
And handcuffs? Do you call these box cuffs?
No, that's called.
What do you call these handcuffs?
They're called handcuffs.
Okay, but they have a box on them. They're different than others, right?
Yes.
He's all bound up in chains, right?
Yes.
Belly chains. Is that what you call the chain that goes around his waistline?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then I saw the other day he had a leash on him. What is the purpose of the leash?
It in the max control unit, if they escort them everywhere, that the lead. It's also called a lead.
A lead?
A lead.
Lead? Lead? A lead?
Yes. Yes.
Like you would have on a horse or something?
I don't know what's on a horse, but
Okay. Oh my God.
that's what we carry.
All right. Do you acknowledge in this particular circumstance that there was a time frame where you were videotaping, your staff was videotaping our meetings with our client?
I do recall.
And Have you ever ordered your staff to videotape a meeting with any other inmates in that facility?
Have I ever done it? No.
Have you ever directed your staff members to videotape any other inmates in that facility when they're meeting with their lawyers?
No. No other offenders meets with anybody with their lawyers in my facility.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up.
No, we don't. No other incarcerated individual meets with their lawyer inside of my facility.
Do you believe that anybody that's outside of your walls, all these other thousands of inmates, are being videotaped when they're meeting with their lawyers based on what you know about the prison setting?
Based on what I know, it's just a feeling here. I don't know. I'm not sure. No, probably not.
Do you acknowledge that there are other inmates, that the other inmates in the facility have opportunities to visit family members in the visitation area?
Yeah, I mean, they visit.
We just had a visit about a week ago with Rick. Is that right? 2 weeks ago, maybe?
Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. Yes.
Okay. You were there, right?
Yes, I was there. But we got a lot of things going on, you know?
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Do you acknowledge that visit was different because it was set up and his wife was a part of that?
I'm kind of a meathead. I lost my spot here looking at my notes. Yes, it was different.
And you essentially, the visit occurred in a different area of the prison, right?
Correct.
Which is what I assume is the normal visitation area for most people.
You talked about where you at?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you acknowledge that it was different because the room was totally empty?
Yes.
And there were guards that were essentially positioned next to him, one right within arm's reach of him, right?
Correct.
And that was part of your protocol?
Typical protocol.
Yeah, or not.
Well, I don't know if it was part of the protocol, but he is different. I mean, I don't know how different in what way, but I do know what the circumstances would be. Yes, it would be a different visit for him. Yes, if you want to say that.
One of the things that caught my eye was he had to change clothes or something, or...
Well, all visitors, all incarcerated visitors that visit have to change their clothes. That wasn't different. That part wasn't different.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so they walked him into a room and he changed clothes, and that's part of the protocol?
That's part of it.
All right. Were you there when he asked for water?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why he shouldn't be able to get a drink of water in that facility?
For who?
For Rick.
I'm not aware of the rules in the visiting room. All I do is man the Westfield Correctional Maximum Security Unit.
Okay, but you've been in the room, right?
Where?
In that visit room.
I've been in there before.
You were in there with us.
Yes, I walked in.
There's a water fountain right against the wall, isn't there?
For visitors.
And a bunch of vending machines?
Correct.
Do you recognize the word companion?
Yes.
Do you have a program at the prison that's called the Companion Program?
Yes.
And is that program one that you institute, or you use, I should say, in the maximum security unit?
Yes.
And do you agree that basically you're posting an inmate, somebody from the facility, outside of the door of the detainee, in this case, Mr. Allen?
Yes.
And do you agree that, is it accurate to say that that program is in place because of staffing shortages and monetary challenges and things of that nature in the prison?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so has Mr. Allen had a companion assigned to him since he's been in your facility?
He has, but it switched to an officer.
Okay, so it's changed.
Yes.
All right, but at one point he had inmates that were sitting outside of his cell, right?
Correct.
Basically, and forgive me, I've not seen this, but my impression is that there's somebody posted essentially at his cell door to watch him,
Correct.
and those people communicate with each other,
Correct. With
Ooh.
the
and they're not directly supervised by other officers.
what people communicate? Uh,
The companion,
communicates with
Mr. Allen.
they're supposed to monitor any incarcerated offender that he's watching.
Okay, but they can communicate. It's not, there's no,
They're not supposed to talk or speak.
all right, but they do talk, don't they?
I don't know if they talk or not. If I see him talking, he's fine.
I couldn't hear you.
If I see them talk, if the officer would have seen him talking to whoever he's supposed to be watching, he's supposed to be relieved of his job right there.
Okay, do you think there's ever been conversations between those inmates and the companions ever in your prison?
I'm not sure. I don't sit there and watch him.
Okay, how far away are they for the two bodies when that circumstance is occurring?
From where he's sitting in front of the door to
Yeah, if he was standing at the door, how far would he be from the companion?
maybe foot or 2 foot.
Close enough to have a conversation?
I mean, we're close enough to have a conversation.
Right, but that would be close enough, 1 or 2 feet,
Yes.
to have a conversation.
Yes.
And your staff can't monitor anything that's going on in there, can it?
It's impossible to monitor everything that goes on.
I don't have any further questions.
Oh,
Mr. McClelland?
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Lewis, during the time that Mr. Allen's been on your unit, have you treated him differently than the other people on your unit?
no. Everyone basically treated the same. As far as the conditions, we don't treat anybody different. No.
Have you treated Mr. Allen harsher compared to other people that are on your unit?
No, sir.
Has Mr. Allen been placed in a cell that is, for lack of a better words, worse than other cells?
No, sir.
So everybody on your unit is treated equal.
Equal.
And are they all given the same amount of rec time?
Yes, sir.
Are they all given the same access to commissary?
Yes.
Are they all given the same access to clothing?
Yes.
All the same access to shower times, correct?
Yep.
All the cells in your units are identical.
Yes.
And the way that they're set up with the bed, the toilet, everything that's in the cell.
Identical.
Okay. Have you personally mistreated Mr. Allen in any way different from other inmates in your unit?
Oh, no.
By the way, you got Dr. Pepper in them vending machines? I'll strike that, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions,
No.
Judge.
What a fucking clown show.
Mr. Rosie?
Do you have any other pretrial detainees right now in that unit? And
Pre-trial? No. None that I know of.
tell the judge what kind of people are housed in your unit. What kind of convictions are normal for people that are housed in your unit?
Just
I'm going to withdraw that question. I'm going to get right to the meat of the matter. You have murderers in there?
yes, sir.
Child molesters?
Yes, sir.
basically the worst of the worst in society.
Yes, sir.
Do you
And corrections
recall?
officers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you recall me asking to see his cell at one point when I visited with your staff, with you at your facility?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the response from the Department of Corrections through you? I understand that.
Through me, it was no.
Okay, and I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McClelland?
Hold on one second.
Oh.
Is there a detainee or an inmate on your unit right now by the name of Robert Baston?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. McClelland?
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Captain. You may step down.
Very well.
One more witness, Your Honor.
Okay. This is Sheriff Edward Schroeder. I don't know if I have any. I think all the other volunteers have gone to bed.
I think this is Sheriff Schroeder back there, actually.
Okay. Well, let me. We'll have the captain step down. that was the most ridiculous testimony.
That is frightening.
Put a big red rectangle around on page 70, lines 1 through first 2 lines. It's where he says, if I'd seen him talking to whoever he's supposed to be watching, he's supposed to be relieved of his job right there. That's going to be interesting when they get to the motion to suppress the 30, so all there's 30 confessions, some of which are companions, and then it's going to be interesting to see if what they're describing they heard Richard Allen say was in a conversation, just something he uttered, that's something, the corrections officer on that floor would have been able to see or hear, but they did get, something good out of him there. If I'd seen the officer, would have seen him talking to whoever he's supposed to be watching, he's supposed to be relieved of his job right there. Kind of suggests that there's a written policy or policies behind that also.
Well,
I think it will be interesting to see if any of those people were allowed to go back. And so, like, once they report that Richard Allen is talking to them and saying these things, are they allowed to report back as companions?
Well, I would assume no, because they're not even supposed to be talking to him. You know what I mean? How are they going to report conversations?
What happens? What happens when it's said that they were allowed to go back? I mean, Gary Lewis guy, he literally says Richard Allen is different. I don't know why he's different, but he is different. But yet we treat him the same. We give him the same size cell. We give him the same access to commissary. We give him the same access to rec time. Everything is the same. But yet I know he's different. I'm not really sure how he's different because I don't treat him any differently. Well, he is different. He's a pre-detainee, so he should be treated different. But so I'm like, this one guy just says he's both.
Yeah, and they're not treating him differently in the sense that they're giving him more accommodations because he's a pretrial detainee.
Right.
Yeah, on page 69, and it's like Jerry Lewis or Abbott and Costello, who's on first, what people communicate.
Literally.
The companion communicate with Mr. Allen. they're just supposed to monitor any incarcerated officer that he's watching, but they can communicate. He's not supposed to talk. All right, but they do talk, don't they? I don't know if they talk or not. I see him talking. He's fired.
Yeah. It, I don't know how she reached any kind of conclusion unless she based it wholly on whatever garbage come out of the warden's mouth. I don't understand. And like, if I was the warden and I guess they were separated before their testimony, but I would be mortified to have that man on the stand. Like, if I could have come up with a scenario or a conversation that would have showed like what incompetence looked like, I feel like that testimony would have been it. He didn't understand any question. He didn't know, he's saying they're not supposed to be talking. And he's saying, well, they do talk, right? And he's like, well, if we saw them talking, he would be relieved of his duty, but we don't watch them. I don't know if they talk. We don't watch them. So who's watching them? Face Cat is watching them.
Yeah. Would have been better if his name was Jerry Lewis.
Yeah.
Hey, pretty lady.
Hi, Bob. Are you done, Bob? Hurry up. Okay. Schroeder had something to say about the previous witness.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I was being a little bit clownish, about the testimony. I'm not trying to downplay it or anything. It is horrible what's happening, but it just, when I was talking, it just felt to me so like performative that this guy was trying to, talk about what he was doing as if it was necessary. But I think it is a serious thing, but it just points out how ridiculous I think the DOC is being when they're making those decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Plus, and I'm okay with it being more lighthearted because shit, everything is so serious. We're not actually sitting in court. Like, let's be real. Like, we're reading through. So sometimes it ends up being a little comical. If people take offense to that, I don't know what to tell them. There's no way to sit here and just be like monotone and not have any type of reaction, especially for you. You're Schroeder. You know what I mean?
Yes, I am.
You have to have some different personalities, and it's worked out wonderfully in my opinion. I cannot thank you enough for everything that you're doing to help out today.
No problem.
It is. It is a serious situation. It is, but like I said, we're reading through something. It is what it is. Bob says his voice work is always on point.
Today has been spectacular.
The Unraveling says, "Oh, I think DB can handle the personality switch." Okay, so now
activated all of them yet, so plenty more personalities to go.
This one's a lot, I know. Okay, so now we have Sheriff Edward Schroeder taking the stand and being questioned by Mr. Rosie. This is not going to scroll for a second because I'm going to run to the restroom, so I apologize to anybody who is reading the screen at the same time. I will do my best to find the right spot when I get back. And if there's anything for the judge, somebody back me up on that.
Okay. What's your name?
Edward Schroeder.
And Sheriff, tell the judge where you're employed.
I'm currently the sheriff of Cass County, Indiana.
Okay, and just to kind of get through some of the technicalities here, you were a state trooper for, I don't know, a long time, right? 30 years?
Yes, sir. I retired from the state police after 31 years as a major.
Okay, and so you were in charge of at least one post, if not others?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
About 350 people.
All right, and is it fair to say, well, just tell the judge real quick, what are your general responsibilities in Cass County as the sheriff?
As the sheriff, I believe my duties are to serve the courts, as well as general law enforcement, and chief administrator of Cass County Detention Jail Facility.
And tell the judge, just as we sit here today, what the size of your jail facility is and how many people you house maybe?
We just, Your Honor, we just finished a remodeling addition, added approximately 150 beds. Our facility was 220, built in the year 2000. Now 80% capacity is near 309 offenders.
So you had 220 beds, you added 150 more?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how far is your jail from here in Carroll County? Rough.
Approximately 30 minutes.
And is this a modern facility, basically the most modern jail facility in the state?
I don't know if it's the most modern in the state. It's currently technologically, it's the current technology for video conferencing as well as video cameras. So it's newer technology. Yes.
Okay, and do you have the ability to house violent offenders?
Yes, sir. That's what jails do.
Do you do that routinely?
I would believe so. Yes.
Do you house individuals actually for the Department of Corrections?
Not in the essence that we hold them for them. We hold them while they're waiting to transfer to the Department of Corrections after they've been sentenced.
Okay.
So yes, we would have, in that sense, we would have them.
And some of those, is it fair to say some of those people are held for long periods of time?
Yes,
I mean, we're not just talking days, it'd be months.
correct.
Okay, so do you house offenders from other counties?
Currently, we do not have any from other counties, but we have memorandums of understandings for other facilities.
Okay, and so is it normal for that to happen over the course of your, has it been normal for that to happen over the course of your time as a sheriff?
Just in the last year, we've completed our construction project.
Okay, let me make sure I'm asking the question right. Is it normal for you to have move inmates from your facility to other county facilities back and forth based on needs and space and things like that?
Yes,
Basically, everybody helps everybody out.
correct. Yes.
And what are your current capabilities in terms of segregating any particular inmate if that needs to happen?
Well, it would really depend on the segregation needed. We have administrative segregation as well as disciplinary segregation. We have padded cells for mental health crisis, as well as we don't have any individual cells, but we have dual people calls, dual person, dual male, dual female cells.
Okay, you frankly gave me a little bit of a tour. I would say a tour through your prison a week or two ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did it by video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it, are you in a circumstance in your facility where you could house somebody like, let's say, Rick Allen, who is, maybe there's a heightened sense of security around that with some reasonable comfort that he's going to be safe?
I believe housing wise, yes. I believe the other administrative things go along with that. The media request, the public information request would be a bit of a burden for the staff. But yes, I believe we could house him.
So in terms of his actual physical safety, that's something that you could do if you were asked to do it?
Correct.
I mean, is that the business you're in, basically housing people and keeping them safe?
Yes, sir, it is.
Let's just talk generally about kind of, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that Mr. Allen was housed in your jail and I wanted to visit with him. Tell the judge how long it would take me to come over and see Mr. Allen just in a raw time, if you could estimate.
Is that if you're already at a facility or you walk from your office?
No, if I'm in my office.
It would be a half a block walk to our central control. He would have to talk to our central control operator, tell us who he is and who he's there to see. We would have the inmate moved, and then we would put Mr. Rosie in an attorney room. It's not face to face; it's through glass, and it would have the inmate moved to him in, I would say, in best case scenario, 15 minutes.
Okay, so it is basically me just walking around the block and opening one door.
Yes, sir.
And essentially, there's some meeting rooms, and I just walk in one of those rooms and he's brought up.
Yes, sir.
If you were to move him, when you move inmates from their cell locations to visit with their lawyers, do they walk freely under their own free will?
If you don't have them in an administrative or disciplinary segregation, yes.
Okay, so in other words, if they've threatened an officer or beat up another inmate or something, you got to kind of tighten up, right?
That's correct.
But in a case where if I were just meeting with a client, they just walk freely, they're not shackled, are they?
No, we do not normally within the facility shackle or handcuff offenders or inmates unless there's a reason to do that.
Okay. Is there any requirement for me to make advance reservations, let's say a day in advance or hours in advance for me to come and see a client?
No, sir. We honor requests typically from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the prosecution and defense attorneys.
Let's talk about video cameras. Do you have video cameras in your facility?
Approximately 150, yes.
And did you actually show me some of those cameras and kind of what that looks like from your end in terms of what you can supervise and monitor a few weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did the visitation rooms have cameras in them?
They do, yes.
Tell the judge where they're located.
In the upper? So if the attorney's sitting across, it'd be in the upper left-hand corner in the ceiling.
All right. And is there any way for you as a sheriff, a supervisor of these inmates, to hear or interpret what's going on between the attorney and client based on what you can get video access?
No, sir.
Based on the video access?
It's a single dome camera that doesn't have the ability to tilt, pan, or zoom. So we have, and there's no audio capability in those rooms as well.
Basically, it just shows the back of the heads of the inmate and see the attorney through the glass, right?
Correct.
If you were to detain, solitarily detain anyone, whether it be Mr. Allen or someone else, would they have the ability to shower daily?
Yes, sir.
Would they have the ability to obtain discovery from their lawyers and, view it without any kind of burden?
We do not do electronic media, but we allow legal mail and correspondence through written documentation through paper.
So if I brought a pack of discovery in there and handed it to your jail staff, would they give it to them?
Once they searched it to make sure, remove the staples, the paper clips, and then just thumb through it and make sure there's no contraband. Yes.
And they just hand it to them?
Correct.
Are there attorneys that visit the Cass County Jail that are allowed to bring computers in there?
Yes.
I mean, and phones?
Yes.
And is the visitation room essentially set up so that those things can happen with some convenience?
Yes. The attorney and the client or the offender inmate are separated by a ballistic glass with there's a technical term, but I'll call it an old theater speaker so that you can communicate back and forth.
Okay. And in fact, you can even share documents in that
Yes.
house, right?
If they're paper.
Right there in that housing facility situation.
Yes, sir. It will accept up to 3 pieces at a time.
Okay. Did you receive a call from me several months ago about trying to make some arrangements to get Mr. Allen to your jail?
Yes, sir.
And essentially, is it fair to say that you were willing to do that if the court signed an order directing you to do it?
Correct. I think the exact phrasing used, I don't really want him. I don't need the extra heartache, the stress, the litigation liability, as well as the media inquiries, as well as the public records request. But if so ordered by the court, that's the business I'm in. Yes, I would do our best. We would do our best.
And I came to you up front and asked you about that in advance, right?
Correct. Yes.
Did you see what I reported to the court in my pleadings?
I read part of it, but I don't think I've read the entire argument.
Okay. Do you believe that your jail whether you want to or not, do you think your jail is well suited to handle these kind of circumstances?
Yes, sir. I think the modern jail we have, like probably 80% of the facilities in the state, would be accessible and capable of this type of custody.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McLeland?
Thank you, Your Honor.
My cousin. Okay, go ahead.
Sheriff Schroeder, good morning. Afternoon, actually. I never met you face to face. I know we've talked on the phone, but
Yes, sir.
welcome. I want to talk specifically about Richard Allen. If the court does order you to house him, what kind of cell is he going to be in?
And it would depend on his classification as well as his mental state and worried about, liability, litigation, but more than likely would be in a 2-person cell, probably in our intake area. It's approximately 12 by 7 feet, 2 steel bunks, and a stainless steel toilet and a small desk.
Would there be another inmate housed with him in that cell?
Not initially. I would not do that initially. No.
When does that cell have a video camera on it or in it?
Yes, sir.
And it's surveilled 24 hours a day?
I mean, it's supposed to be.
Supposed to be?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. The bed's in. Well, let me back up. Initially, he'd be placed in that cell. If he's evaluated and found to be suicidal, would he be moved to a different cell?
Possibly, yes.
Tell me about the cell that you house people in that make suicidal threats or that you deem to be suicidal.
Okay. Typically, we're in the process. The last phase of remodeling is we have a mental health area it's not opened yet. It is the same type of cell, but it would allow for more movement. But right now, our current stance is that everyone who has those ideations end up in our padded cells with a what we call a suicide blanket, which is essentially a mover's blanket that is ripstop with Velcro, so that it can provide modesty, but yet remove anything that would cause the ability to stroke or choke or strangle themselves.
Sure. Is there a bed in that cell?
No, sir.
It's just, I assume it's like our padded cell. It's just a big room and it's padded on all 4 walls.
Yes, sir. It's a wrestling mat type of material. That has an epoxy paint on the walls and floor, doors.
And when, if Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, are you going to allow him to walk from his cell to the visitation room unshackled?
Until we couldn't, unless there's some security threat or some suicidal mental health ideation, then that's within our security facility, but because there are 3 layers of security, so we're not as concerned about the movement within the facility.
On the opposite side of that, if he is deemed to be suicidal or a problem, what would be the protocol for moving him from the cell to visitation?
We would not allow visitation with attorneys until the medical staff deemed he was not suicidal.
How often do you have medical staff on hand?
We have a contract with Quality Correctional Care, and we have medical staff on site 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so 12 hours a day.
If something happens after that time, would Mr. Allen just have to wait until the next day to see medical staff?
If it's psychiatric, possibly. If it's medical, it would be
outside of medical emergency, where you had to call EMTs or whatever it is. But if something happens outside that range, does he just have to wait till the next day to be seen?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about the shower time. Will he have rec time?
We try to accommodate that. Yes. Once the
Can you tell me about what kind of rec time he would have?
Well, based on if he's in administrative segregation, they're locked in 23 hours a day. We provide 1 hour a day We have 3 separate recreation areas that we provide the ability to get out and walk, do large muscle exercises, as well as he has a large overhead door to create an outdoor air movement environment.
Sure. Talked about the attorney-client visitations. If Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, is he going to be able to have face-to-face family visitations?
No, sir.
What kind of visitations will he be able to have?
We use a third-party vendor. Our system's currently contracted with HomeWave, and we have a kiosk or tablet, iPad type of device that they can use for educational as well as communication purposes.
Would Mr. Allen be allowed to take that tablet into his cell?
He could, yes.
And would he be able to make phone calls from that tablet?
There is the ability to make calls, but not video calls. So it would simply just be a telephone call, but not video.
What about to send here in our county? We call them chirps, but they're texts. What about the ability to send text messages to people?
Yeah, so that capability exists. Yes.
And during this lunchtime, rec time, those times he's out of his cell, would he have interaction with other inmates in your facility?
It would be minimal, maybe passing in the hallway or in the secure area of intake, but not generally what I would speculate our stance would be.
Sure. This kind of hypothetical, I understand he has to go through the intake process and those things, but with what you know now, if you were to house Richard Allen, would he be eating lunch with all the other inmates during the regular lunch hour?
No, sir.
Okay, talked about the medical staff. Do you have any mental health staff that's available on your payroll?
We do not have a full-time mental health capabilities. I'm sorry, we do not have full-time mental health capabilities. We have an agreement, approximately 4 hours a week, with 4 County, or this is now 4C Mental Health out of Logansport, as well as every other week. Our medical provider, they either have someone come inside, or it's like a telehealth type of visit.
Okay, so 4 hours a week between the two organizations, or some kind of telephone conference with a partner that you're working with?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be very close. Yes.
Now, transportation. Mr.
Mm.
Allen's housed in your facility, and you and your staff willing to transport him to the Carroll County Courthouse for hearings and or the Allen County Courthouse for hearings?
No, sir. He's not my inmate.
Okay. And so who would that responsibility fall on?
Fall back on the original agency, unless there's some agreement made, because as we house inmates or offenders from other counties, they are theirs. We are simply the housing facility.
Sure.
We are not a transport agency.
Fair to say you don't transport for any other county that you're housing an inmate for. That's their responsibility. You're just the housing unit.
Correct.
Okay, again, you testified about this, but the meetings, even the meetings between Mr. Allen and his attorney will be recorded. Is that correct?
Video only. Yes.
Video only with no audio.
Correct.
But they are recorded.
Yes.
And you had said, will the attorneys will be able to have laptops and cell phones in their visits?
Yes.
But does the offender have access to those?
No.
Okay, so those are separated by a piece of glass.
Sorry, Mr. Siegel was interrupting.
Mr. Travis? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. McClellan?
Where was it? Where are we?
We are at page 86 at the top.
Shit. Where's 80? Oh, there it is. Am I, of course? Is that where I am?
I believe so.
Okay. The witness says, is it okay to speak freely? Did you just say that?
Wait, no, I think Travis might have dropped. Are you still there, Travis? I mean, Mr. McClellan?
Oh, shit. Nick?
I'm just the sheriff. I don't know. This guy disappeared. Just trying to answer questions.
Yeah, he did. There he goes. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
can I get off the stand?
No, you can't. You're not done yet. I tried it.
Okay, sir. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, so what was the last thing you answered? Because Mr. Stiegel was talking to me about dinner.
The prosecutor was asking me about computers in the cell and if offenders can have access to phones.
Okay, and you said yes. Oh, okay. Hold
I
on.
said correct.
You said correct. Mr. McClelland?
Sorry about that, Your Honor. I dropped my readers and I'm all discombobulated here. I need to know what exhibit number we're on.
Mr. McClelland, do you happen to know where you left off?
He doesn't know.
I don't know when I lost you all, but when I dropped my readers, I can't remember, Your Honor. I'm discombobulated.
85.
Page
85.
85. No way. Okay.
Line 21. We'll just start there again.
85.
Where are we at?
21. You're right. You were there. Down.
No, I thought you said 1.
21. Yeah.
Okay.
85 line 1. That's the exhibit. Okay. Are you sure? Okay.
20.
85 line 21.
I'm not too sure, but
I'm just the sheriff.
Well, I apologize. We're running long, and this is about the time I usually get 2 martinis. So bear with. Okay,
Understood.
Enough of this nonsense. Okay, Sheriff. Now, transportation. If Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, are you and your staff willing to transport him to Carroll County Courthouse for hearings and or the Allen County Courthouse for hearings?
No, sir. He's not my inmate.
Okay, and so who would that responsibility fall on?
That falls back on the original agency unless there's some agreement made, because as we house inmates or offenders from other counties, they are theirs. We're simply a housing facility.
Sure.
Yes.
Are you a transport agency?
We are not a transport agency.
Fair to say you don't transport for any other county that you're housing an inmate for? That's their responsibility. You're just
Correct.
the housing unit.
Correct.
Okay. Again, you testified about this, but even the meetings between Mr. Allen and his attorney will be recorded. Is that correct?
Video only. Yes.
Video only with no audio?
Correct.
But they are recorded.
Yes.
And you had said the attorneys will be able to have laptops and cell phones in the visits.
Yes.
But does the offender have access to those?
No.
Okay, and so these are separated. Those are separated by a piece of glass, I think you said. And so even though the attorney allowed to have the computer and the cell phone, the offender can't access it, can't touch it. Those kinds of things?
Correct.
You'd mentioned just a little bit, but You said initially he'd be placed in a holding cell by himself.
Correct.
And I don't want to assume anything, but why initially would you put him in a holding cell by himself?
I would be worried about. Is it okay if I speak freely, ma'am?
Of course.
We classify our offenders, and we worry about. My job is to house them and keep them safe. So I worry about, and we classify them and move our inmates and offenders, and we try to, in our administrative housing, for example, child molesters or suspected child molesters, we try to protect them from getting repercussions from other offenders.
Sure.
And this is a larger media, an area that I'd be concerned about.
Sure.
Any type of retaliation, if you will.
Sure. And
that would be the reason. Also, as we come in, we're still a quarantine. We still follow, the diminished COVID protocols. I'll give them COVID protocols, but fuck that. Who cares? We really do it for other infectious diseases. So we still limit movement as the offenders, inmates come in, so that we could try to keep them safe from any communicable diseases from being spread within the facility. So that would start the process, and then based on those others, I believe we would keep him segregated or isolated in his cell.
Sure. And Sheriff, I'm going to be candid with you. The fear is that if someone is alleged to have committed a crime or convicted of a crime that involves children, there's a fear of retaliation from the other inmates.
Yes, sir.
And that's a concern of yours.
Yes, sir.
And do you have that concern with Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
And you have not been, well, let me ask, has anyone communicated to you a threat concerning Mr. Allen?
No, sir.
Have you seen any threats that say, we're going to get Mr. Allen?
No, sir.
And so you're basing this on your past experience.
Yes, sir.
And you have that concern with Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie?
You house
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Offenders all the time that have co-defendants in cases, common witnesses, all kinds of common connections, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Informants in drug cases.
Yes, sir.
They all bring about concerns about safety, don't they?
Yes, sir.
But do you deal with those in an appropriate manner and do your best to make sure everybody's safe?
I believe I do my best. I believe some will argue whether it's appropriate or not, but yes.
Okay. You mentioned the recreational opportunities. Look, this isn't Disney World, right?
Right.
But you've got 3 separate rec rooms that you showed me on the camera the other day that would be suitable for somebody like Mr. Allen or him.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. McClelland asked you about the cell, and I think you said it was, I'm looking at my notes, 12 by 7, 2 steel bunks. It's basically a 2-man cell.
Yes.
And in fact, it actually has a little pod outside of it, which is more of kind of a seating area, where what I would call a day room area. Is that right?
In the mental health medical area that we haven't occupied yet, yes.
I was going to say it's kind of a unique situation because you've got a little cell room, and then you've got another room where the offender can go to that's got a table and
yes,
an area to sit, a kind of leisure area, right?
Correct. We haven't occupied it yet, but it is that goal, down the road, which would include, so the cell now that I described does not have a shower in it. It has a toilet, a sink, a drinking fountain combination. So anyone in those has to be moved to a separate cell, area for showering. This area to try to accommodate medical, people with casts, canes, those kinds of things, as well as mental health incidents. has a shower as well as a table area in that, so we have less movement of that person.
Okay, you mentioned mental health, and Mr. McClelland asked you about this. You've mentioned 4 county counseling, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fairly expansive mental health organization in Cass County and 3 other counties?
Yes.
Hence the name.
Yes.
And they're basically at your fingertips in terms of your providing services.
Yes and no. Most of the work they do is for us is grant based, but they provide services as well as a navigator in mental health, as well as mental health from our medical provider.
And do you agree there's hundreds of people in your jail with mental health issues?
Oh, well, the sheriff is
That's a
looking
separate
at the others. Yeah. No. Yes, sir.
part
And
too.
do you believe that your jail is equipped to deal with those in a reasonable way when they come about?
In most extreme cases, yes, but the general addiction or depression and those types of mental health issues, no. I don't. We don't have the resources to do that.
Most extreme cases, meaning like suicide issues and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McClelland asked you about family visits, and you suggested, well, there's no contact. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that family members often come to the jail to visit with they come to the facility to visit with inmates?
Yes, it is.
Basically, you've got an area where they come in and essentially get on a TV screen and look at their significant other or whatever, right?
Yes, our system has a dual capability. You can do it remotely, which there's a fee for that because it is a third-party vendor. But or you can just come to our lobby and use our kiosk, probably like most jails, most jail custody facilities, and you can visit free from that location during the normal movement times. It would be a little different than in this case if he would happen to be housed there in his segregation cell, because it's not as free movement wise, and it would take a lot of staff to move him to go get a tablet or kiosk.
And as far as do you have pastoral counseling on a routine basis at your jail?
Yes, sir. A higher power.
And as far as in-person contact, lawyer-client in-person contact, is it fair to say that you've accommodated me when I need to sit down in the airspace of a client and share information with them?
Yes.
That you have the ability to do that too?
Yes, we do have a contact attorney room that we use, not on a routine basis, but we use when an attorney would ask to say, I need some time with my client. I need to have him sign some documents, or I need to spend some time with him. It's more.
Show him videos,
Yes,
photographs, things like that.
we have it, but it's more the exception than the rule. Yes.
But I've used that, haven't I?
Yes, sir.
And it's not much of a hassle, is it?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Mr. McClelland.
Sheriff Schroeder, during my discombobulation, I forgot to ask you, what about clothing? How many changes of clothing would Mr. Allen have if he was in your facility?
We change jumpsuits every day. I believe it's 3 days. I believe that's the 3 a day. I believe that's the DOC guideline we follow. Department of Corrections through the jail operations manual.
And so if it's every 3 days, it sounds like they'd be given 2 sets of clothing a week, perhaps 3 sets of clothing a week.
We typically only give them one and then exchange them for 1-for-1.
Okay, fair enough. If an inmate were to soil his clothing on the first day, are they just stuck with them?
No, sir. They'd make a
Okay, tell me the protocol.
They would make a request through. Yeah, every cell has an intercom speaker system, and they could alert the corrections officer, "Hey, I need a new suit. I soiled myself," and then they will accommodate that.
Okay, sure.
I can't say it's immediate, but
Sure.
it, will be
Sure.
at the time. Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right. Thank you,
Okay,
Sheriff.
bye. Thank God.
Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Okay. Sweating. You got a napkin for my forehead over here.
Mr. Rosie.
I have nothing further.
Mr. McClellan, do you have any evidence on this?
Judge, I do. I have 2 witnesses. Could I ask the court for a short recess so I could use the restroom and fix my discombobulation?
Absolutely, yes. We got to check on our witness and see how he's doing. So yeah, go right ahead, sir. Schroeder, how you doing over there?
Oh, I'm exhausted, man. But if you need me,
You want me to? If anybody else will volunteer, I had 2 other volunteers earlier, and one went to bed. I don't know if the other one is even still around. And then, so we have 2 witnesses left. We have Liggett and the Warden.
oh yeah, I think what's Liggett's next?
Yeah, Liggett's next.
I think we got Liggett back there somewhere hiding out. Actually,
Okay.
I think he's back there somewhere. Let me see if I can find him.
Maybe we can get somebody to be the Warden.
DB reminds me of like whenever he says, I think we have so-and-so back there, I picture like a clown with the bag that they keep pulling like all the random big stuff out of the bag. Except DB pulls out.
He's like, let me dig in, like a Mary Poppins bag. Like, let me let me look in there. Okay, we have unindicted and Adrian both said that they can help out too. Here, I'll drop the link in. Baldwin has like a one-liner coming up soon. I don't know where it is, but he's like super quick. He doesn't really say anything this entire hearing. So if you guys want, I can drop the link, and you guys, if somebody wants to come on and be the Warden, and if somebody wants to come on and be Baldwin, let me just make sure. Les, if you want to break, DB, you let me know, because they got a couple volunteers, so it's completely up to you. If you want to.
Oh no, Liggett's back there. He's ready to go. He's just got to change out of his boating outfit.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, I'll put the link for somebody to be Warden. Okay, let me grab the link really quick. So after Liggett will be the Warden. Should I drop it? Maybe I'll drop it closer to them. Unless you guys want to sit up backstage. Where's Bob? Bob is, I know John, right? Bob is at his daughter's softball games, so he wasn't able to join us. All right, so really I think essentially we probably need one for the Warden, and then if anybody wants to be like super quick and do Baldwin whenever Baldwin comes up. I don't even know when I think he might be towards the end. I'm grabbing the link to put in here. So I don't know how many people are going to join, but just FYI, I'll just take the first 2 that pop up. And then we're taking our 5-minute recess and looking for Liggett. He was apparently didn't know he had court today and just went out boating instead. Okay, Adrian's gonna be Baldwin. Yeah, I think it's like 1 or 2 lines. Oh, okay, unindicted. They're both like, I can do Baldwin. All right, I already said Adrian, so we'll go with Adrian. So Adrian's gonna do Baldwin. Like I said, I don't even know. Literally, I think he's got like 2 lines at some point. We just need a Warden. Warden Gallipo. I never say his name right. I'll say right now, I don't know why McClellan cares if he's moved to Cass County. If everything he's asking is the same as what's being done at the prison, according to him, like it's there's no big difference. And it would actually benefit Richard Allen and his attorneys to be able to communicate better, then the safekeeping should be fine. That's where I'm at with the whole thing. I don't see the issue with moving him to Cass County. Now we still have these two witnesses, so we'll see what they say. But and this whole narrative that Judge Gold said they lied and got proven to be liars, I'm not seeing that either. But like I said, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And for the warden and for Baldwin, if you guys don't know, you can just, there's 3 dots next to your little microphone. You guys can change your names right in there. It also has where it says edit name. It also says you can edit your avatar if you choose to. Miss Smith, I believe so. I think it's all just a rumor. You want to do the sheriff unindicted? It can be warden. It's up to you guys. I'm gonna throw them on now. So let me see. So right now we are reviewing this is the transcript from the safekeeping hearing that was held on June 15th of 2023. I requested the transcript so that we could get essentially what happened in this hearing just written in black and white and not having to count on people's perceptions of what happened during the hearing. Plus, I thought it would be good to know now with the fact that they have renewed their motion for a review of the safekeeping order. They're asking for him to be moved again. So I thought it would be good to just review what it is. So it is obviously almost a year ago, but I like to have it in white because it's easier to know what's happening. Okay, so we're gonna have Sheriff Liggett. Let's check and make sure that Mr. McClelland is ready and back in the courtroom.
Oh, born ready.
Born ready. Okay, we're gonna have Mr. Liggett take the stand.
Hello.
Are we skipping to? Did we already have lunch? Are we gonna skip? To
Does it look like I had some lunch?
Yeah. Honestly,
Hold on. Did we have lunch?
there's like a whole thing where McClelland goes to pee.
Yeah, and then,
Oh, really?
and then the judge keeps yapping, and then he's like, "Judge, really,
I thought they were done.
I need to take a restroom break." And
93.
pretty funny.
Oh, I thought that was you that needed a restroom break.
No.
I thought we were taking a recess for you.
No.
No, I had a meatball sub that was burning the hole in the back pocket.
I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm over here just chit-chatting away. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do you have any evidence on this? Yes, Judge, I do have 2 witnesses. Okay, there we are. Would counsel approach? So then here we have a sidebar. No, I wasn't even paying attention to where we were at in the whole thing. And oh my gosh, I was so lost. I was trying to figure out all the stuff on the backside. I apologize.
No,
Judge
okay.
Gold, your
So
dry
this is
cleaning
the
is
sidebar.
done. I have it in my car.
All right, so we're gonna take.
She says, "How long do you think you'll be?" And then he says, "Well, to go pee just downstairs and right back up." No. I mean, your witnesses with your evidence. Oh, and then read that. Line 20, page 93.
She calls him a ding dong. She says, "Ding dong."
Ding
I don't
dong.
care how long it takes.
So bad.
I don't
Okay.
to go there.
Oh,
No, I don't care about that. They're just she sometimes just isn't communicating.
Okay, hold on. I think that we're covered for we have all the next people that we need for this one. So I appreciate all of the volunteers. The ones that are up here on backstage I think is going to cover the rest of what we need. So thank you. We do have another transcript that we're not doing today, but make sure you guys volunteer for that one. Okay, so would
Page
counsel
95, line 2.
Okay, I'm on. I think we're on 94 still. 93. Okay, we're gonna do I gotta do the sidebar.
Skip all of that. It's about lunch and nothing.
Okay, do you want? Oh, it is okay.
We got the
Right
fun
back.
part. We got the ding dong.
Yeah, ding dong. I don't care how long it takes you to go there. No, I don't care about that. Okay, I don't really think too long. Tony about the transportation and Gallipo just to address allegations they made about their safekeeping. Okay, so like another hour and a half. I guess I just couldn't. Let's break for lunch. I know you don't want it, but too bad. Fine with whatever. We can reconvene. That's awesome. Would that work? That would give you time to talk to your people. Mr. Rosie, what time did you say? Okay, sidebar concluded the court. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. The state's evidence is going to take an hour, perhaps a little longer. It's almost 12:15. Be back at 1:15. Okay, now we are back on the record. All right, we are back on the record. Mr. McClelland, are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Sheriff Tony Liggett, please.
Present.
Okay, would you state your name, please?
Tony Liggett.
And Sheriff Liggett, how are you employed?
I was at the sheriff's department as well as a deputy detective.
And you've been the sheriff of Carroll County since January 1st of 2023, is that correct?
Correct.
And before that, how were you employed? Well, I think you said, I think you covered it. You deputy detective and sheriff, a whole bunch of things. And in fact,
really
you were the
everything.
one, you're in the unique position that you're one of the lead investigators on this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when I say this case, I mean the case against Richard Allen.
Correct.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I started in 2001.
And did you have an opportunity to look at or review, at least prior to today at some point, the motion for safekeeping that at the time Sheriff Liggett applied for to the court?
That Sheriff Lazenby?
Sheriff Lazenby, I'm sorry, yeah, you're correct. Sheriff Lazenby.
Yeah, at some point I reviewed it, yes.
Okay, so you were able to review that document and see the reason for the safekeeping.
Yes.
And as your time as a detective and deputy, had you seen safekeeping motions like that before?
I had not, no.
Okay, as your time as sheriff, have you ever seen any safekeeping motions like that?
Aside from that one, I have not.
Okay. I know they happen, but okay.
Oh,
That's Liggett.
oh, I know they happen. Oh, sure. Sure. Are you okay?
You ever seen one?
I know they happen, but I had not seen one.
Well, are you in agreement with that motion that Sheriff at the time Sheriff Lazenby filed?
Yeah, sorry, I had to turn dark mode on. Yes.
Do you have concerns that if Richard Allen is housed in our jail, that there would be some safety concerns?
Yes.
And have you had any direct threats?
Oh, no.
Oh. Have you had any emails or any kind of information conveyed to you over social media that Richard Allen's going to be hurt in your jail?
No.
Oh, okay. But you still have safety concerns.
Yes.
Can you tell me why you have safety concerns?
Our jail is extremely small. We're very, even at full staff, there's probably more CERT guys that brought him here today than if we were at full staff in our jail. I believe we have 5 full-time, a jail commander, and we're short-staffed. Our jail commander has to fill a shift. There's one person on duty at a time, any given time in the jail.
And as part of your safety concerns about his safety from other inmates?
Yes.
And as the reason for that is because this case involves children?
Yes.
And you've been at least privy that the information from the filings and some of the information from the case is going to be released to the public. You understand that?
Yes.
And throughout the case, we've had various leaks within the community about information that's gotten out about the investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as more information gets out, as more of these leaks occur, does that heighten your concern for his safety?
Absolutely.
And we've heard today that there's been confessions. Does that heighten your mood or heighten your awareness for his safety?
Absolutely.
And the fact that he's confessed 5 or 6 times that he killed the 2 girls, does that heighten your concern for safety?
Yeah. Sorry.
Judge, I'm going to object. At this point, to pleading, it's his witness.
But I was going to say
The rules of evidence don't apply in pretrial hearings, so I'm going to go ahead and overrule that objection.
Thanks.
So my point is, as more information comes out about everything, does that give you more cause to be concerned about his safety in our jail?
it does.
And does that give you more cause to be concerned about retaliation from other inmates?
Absolutely.
What about when he's being transported from the jail to the hearings? Do you have concerns about his safety then?
Yeah. Again, our transport, we don't have a transport officer right now because he has to fill in to a shift. And when we do have one, we have one guy during the day at full staff on the road. We have 2 road guys on duty at any given time. Even just normal transports to and from the court are pretty big strain on the safety and a safety concern for us.
And you've kind of stated this, but typically when you transport someone from your jail or another facility, it's a one-on-one situation, meaning you only send one officer to pick up that inmate. Hello, wake up.
Yeah, sorry. I was posting a Facebook ad, but sorry. Yes. Correct.
And at times, I think including you, everybody within your department has had to transport an inmate.
Yes, I just got back from Kentucky, picking one up there.
Oh, sorry for you. And so my point is your staffing situation's so short that even you have to transport at times.
Correct.
And so what concerns do you have if he's housed? Let's just start with us. If he's housed in our jail locally, what concerns do you have about transportation?
The biggest one is manpower and safety. We're gonna have to see if we can find other agencies to help us do these things.
Now, you know that part of the defense's request is that he be moved from Westville to the Cass County Jail.
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to talk to the sheriff in Cass County.
Correct.
And if he's moved to Cass County Jail, whose responsibility is it for transportation?
Carroll County's responsibility.
Do you have concerns of that happening?
I do.
Tell me why.
Again, finding the people to do it. It'll take more than one person to do it. As people can see today, that it's going to take more than one person to make that transport, even make it safe transport. Again, when you talk about weeks and stuff, the court dates are and times are open. So the security concerns making that move.
I mean, even today for security, you had, I think, your entire department plus the assistance of Indiana State Police. Is that correct?
Correct. DNR. Yeah.
Okay. Have you contacted the Department of Correction or any other agencies to see if they would assist in transportation if he's moved to the Cass County Jail?
I briefly spoke, and it did not sound like they were interested.
Okay, so do you have let me get right to the point. Do you have a plan? If the judge orders him moved to Cass County today, do you have a plan of action at this moment on how you're going to transport him to the next hearing?
A plan? At this moment, no.
Okay, I don't have other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie.
Thank you, Judge.
Fucking asshole. Oh. Go ahead.
Sheriff Liggett. So you're suggesting that you've talked to some other agencies about, or the DOC about transporting him, and that they're not really interested in doing that, right?
Correct.
But did they tell you why they wouldn't do that?
I don't know if those words came out of their mouth. I don't think so.
Did they ever suggest that if the judge ordered them to do that, that they wouldn't do it?
No, I don't think those that wasn't discussed.
Okay, this case involves various law enforcement agencies, doesn't it?
Yes.
And frankly, one of those was the FBI, right?
Correct.
Indiana State Police?
Yes, correct.
Local Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
City police involved in some ways in this even?
Correct.
On the fringes?
Yep.
The state police have invested, frankly, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars in resources into this case, haven't they?
Yes.
And they've been very public about that, hasn't the agency?
I don't know how public they've been about it, but
Well, holding press conferences and asking for public assistance and all these things, right?
okay, yeah.
So it stands to reason that you could call the superintendent of the state police and ask him if he would be willing to help with the transport of Mr. Allen, maybe 15 miles from here, doesn't it?
I mean, that could be a call. Absolutely.
And it would seem kind of odd if he said, we can't do that, right? After investing all these resources into this case.
The transport and housing of prisoners is not a state police thing. It's upon the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, the house, transport, things like that. So it's not in their normal realm. But I don't know if they've done that in the past. But like, it would certainly be a phone call I would look into.
They assist your department with lots of other matters, don't they?
With the case?
Drug interdiction from time to time?
Every once in a while.
Bomb threats, right?
No.
You ever had a bomb threat where they rolled out their bomb team and brought dogs in emergency
Not to my knowledge.
vehicles and all that stuff?
Not to my knowledge.
You know they do that, don't you?
Sure, yeah.
So it wouldn't be unreasonable to try and organize a 10 or 15-minute transport of Mr. Allen from one jail facility to another through them, would it?
If that's what we need to do, that would certainly be attempted to do, yes.
Let's talk about his safety. You acknowledge that you've looked at this petition that was prepared by Sheriff Lesby, former Sheriff Lesby, right?
Former sheriff, yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's been a while, but yes.
And you would acknowledge that in this petition, there's really nothing in here that recognizes or that references any immediate threat to Mr. Allen's safety back in November when it was prepared.
I would probably have to read it again. I don't recall if there was any immediate.
Let me ask you this. Were you aware of any internet, email, phone calls, anything of that nature where somebody called your department and said they're going to hurt this man?
I don't specifically recall any of those.
Okay, and it would stand to reason that if that happened, you probably would know, right?
Oh, I would think so.
Okay. Are you aware of any threats on Mr. Allen's life that have occurred since the safekeeping order was executed by Judge Diener?
Directly to us? No.
Okay. What about threats on your staff's life?
None. No.
So when Mr. McClellan was asking you about your concerns about his safety, did you ever visit Westville?
I have, yes.
Okay. When did you visit Westville?
Within this year, I believe.
Your Honor, if I may have a point of personal privilege for a moment. I know this is highly irregular, but this is
to ad-lib the transcript.
monumental. May I have a point of personal privilege, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'd like to recognize my good friend in the front row, Tammy McCrae, came through, helped fund my litigation, fund my lawsuit, fund this prosecution. A great friend of every person in the city of Delphi, and I just want to recognize my good friend Tammy.
Go straight to the Facebook ads.
We appreciate Tammy so much. Atticus, thank you so much. Radar, I know, thank you so much. I think at this point, to be honest with you guys, and I know from just the donations from earlier, I think this transcript or these two between all of you guys is probably covered. So hold off until we get to actually buy some new transcripts. So I think you guys
around a little bit.
Yeah, or we can just keep the fund rolling for the next one.
Smooth the money around, you know.
I would have really loved the 3 days from this week, or this past week. But thank you guys so much. I think we're good, and I don't want to take more than necessary. We can, like I said, if there is more, I'll just keep and that way we can purchase next transcripts that we need. I think at this point we've got there's not that many hearings, so I think we've gotten every hearing to date, besides the very, very first ones, like his arraignment. Other than that, I think we're covered on all transcripts to date. We've had the contempt, we've had the motion to dismiss, we now have the June 15th safekeeping. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow or Monday, we'll be able to do the May 7th motions hearing. It's actually super short, shouldn't take nearly as long as this one is. But thank you guys for all of your help. I appreciate it very, very, very much.
Thank you, Your Honor, for entertaining my point of personal privilege. I believe we were on the top of exhibit 104, and thank you to all of those.
We have a personal request from the audience, Mr. McClelland.
What the hell kind of request we got from the audience?
We want to hear Mr. McClelland's medulla oblongata.
I don't do no oblongata. That's a crazy movie. Oblongata. That's that Sling Blade character. Although I do know he's a good friend of mine. The actor in that movie and the guy who wrote it from Arkansas, a good friend of mine. But anyway, I digress. I ain't gonna talk about no oblongata. There's no way. Okay. Can we proceed on now, Your Honor? I got things to do. I'm late for a 2-martini lunch.
You gotta blame that on me. Now you gotta blame me.
Sir, you just had lunch. I'm not sure if you remember, but when you had to go pee and you wanted to tell me how long.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
How's that man always carrying lunch into the Carroll County Courthouse?
You know, it's
peanut butter and jelly.
About 4:30. Come on, let's go. You guys are on the top of page 104.
Okay. I think this is still rosy.
Okay. Did you go up to see Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Okay.
It was 50-50. He got it.
Did you actually talk to him when you were there?
No.
All right, why'd you go up there?
Why did I go up there?
Yeah, what was the purpose of your visit?
I think we went up there just to I re-interview him.
Okay, so you interviewed Mr. Allen at the Westville Correctional Facility?
No, I don't think it ended up happening.
Okay, have you ever gone up there and inspected the cell block where he's being held?
No.
Have you ever gone up there and inspected any aspect of the facility, the maximum detention facility where he's being held?
No.
So you really don't know what conditions he's dealing with on a daily basis because you haven't been there.
Correct.
So there's two parts to this kind of dynamic. One is his detention circumstances on a daily basis, right? Where he's housed, what circumstances he's dealing with, who's supervising, those kinds of things, right?
Correct.
And the second part is just the idea of transporting him, frankly, once every few months, various miles from one facility to the other, right?
Okay, correct.
Would you agree with me? The most important aspect and the biggest responsibility that you have as a sheriff is making sure that his detention situation is an appropriate one for a pretrial detainee?
Sure. He needs to be in proper housing. Sure.
Right. The transportation is just kind of a byproduct of having to get him from one place to another, right?
Sure.
It's a very small segment of what we're dealing with
But there's
in terms of the detention circumstances.
well, there's a lot of safety involved in that too, but yeah.
Okay. Mr. McClellan asked you said you were the lead investigator in this case,
Well, there are several of us, yes.
but you were the lead investigator?
Eventually, I worked my way to the lead investigator for Carroll County, yes.
And so that means that you would have approved of his arrest.
That I would have approved of his arrest?
Yeah, that you were supportive of getting an arrest warrant to take him to jail for murder.
Yeah, it was a team effort, but yes.
So you have a vested interest in seeing him convicted, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Do you think that you're really the best one to be in charge of his care and custody?
That's what I was elected to do. So yes.
Okay. To do both of those things?
Yes.
All right. If there was another jail or custodial circumstance here that made a little bit more sense, would you be opposed to that?
As long as if you're getting at if he's at Cass County and I have to transport, as long as I can arrange to get the transport done safely, I'm not opposed.
At some point, did you receive a call from Mr. McClellan about the circumstances that I had made arrangements for in Cass County?
Well, I don't know if I received the call, but yes, I got the information. Yes.
And ultimately, you were the one that kind of pulled the plug on that circumstance, weren't you?
No, I don't understand how.
Well, you're the one who said you wouldn't agree to move him, right?
At that time, correct.
He was okay with it, wasn't he?
I don't know what his position was.
Did you ever ask him?
I don't know that we had that discussion.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McClelland.
It don't get better than that. I don't have any follow-up questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
All right, thank you. Hit my PayPal.
Judge,
Just everybody before Sheriff Liggett and every other witness back to Tobe. Just thank you so much for participating and coming up here. And I know you spent a lot of time. So DB, thank you for your help.
Yeah, the captain's here too, Captain. You're welcome.
The captain's here. Max Baker.
Yes, Max Baker, you're welcome.
and Sheriff Schroeder.
Yes, this is Sheriff Schroeder. You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna. Your next witness is
Judge, finally, call Warden John Gallipo. Please. Okay. Get up there. Okay, you've been sworn. Will you state your name, please?
Oh, well, my name is John Gallipo.
Gallipo? You don't pronounce it Gallipo?
My name is John Gallipo.
Well, Mr. Gallipo, or however you pronounce it, how are you employed?
I'm employed as the warden of Westville Correctional Facility, Department of Corrections.
And Mr. Gallipo, you don't have to lean into the microphone. It doesn't amplify, it only records.
What a douche.
Okay.
Well, that is if I haven't said it to overwrite, but that's another story. So if you speak in a normal kind of outside voice, we'll be able to hear you. Fair enough?
This
I
will be
don't understand what's so funny, Anna. Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Mr. Gallipo.
Oh,
It's almost
Round line.
always been.
I need a towel, please. Round line 17. Is that fair enough, Warden?
Warden, are you here?
Oh, we'll do.
Okay. And Warden, how long you been employed as the warden of Westville?
A little over 4 years.
Okay. Were you employed in law enforcement before that?
No, I've been in DOC for 27.
Damn, I checked my note. DOC for 27 years. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to kind of get to the nuts and bolts of this, and I want to bring your attention. You're currently housing an individual on pretrial by the name of Richard Allen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that inmate?
I am.
Are you housing him in your facility as a courtesy for Carroll County? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And okay, and is he housed in your facility?
Yes, sir.
Where in your facility is he housed?
He's housed in A pod.
Okay, can you tell me about APOD?
A pod is a maximum security unit. It has 55 individuals in it.
Okay, and is he segregated in that APOD?
Yes, sir.
Means he's in a cell by himself.
Correct.
What is in that cell?
Depending on his mental health orders, currently, I believe a mattress, his legal work, and a Bible.
Okay, and does he have a toilet in that cell?
Yes, he does.
Does he have a shower in that cell?
No, sir.
You know the dimensions of that cell?
I believe it's 12 by 8.5.
Okay, and you said there's a mattress. Is there a bed frame or is the mattress on the floor?
Oh, there's a bed frame.
Okay, can you tell me about the bed frame?
The bed frame is a standard size bed frame. It's just bolted to the floor because it's designed as a suicide occupancy cell.
And so as I imagine a cell, that there's a bed frame, but it's directly on the floor, and that's for suicidal purposes.
Correct.
Or to prevent suicidal occurrences.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Warden. Sorry, that was a poorly phrased question. Why do you house him in that unit?
When he got there, I don't believe he was on, because, well, first of all, that individual cell has a camera, so he could be on 24-hour surveillance.
Oh, and so it was important for you to have him on 24-hour surveillance.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to come back to the question, but specifically, why did you, when you accepted him as a courtesy hold, why did you house him in the segregation unit as opposed to general population?
For his safety.
Okay, and you have concerns about his safety.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why did you have concerns about his safety?
Just the nature of the charges.
Did you have any direct threats made to you or your facility?
No.
Were you made aware of any direct threats made to you or your facility?
No, sir.
Okay, so I want to get back to the cell that he's in. You said you believe it's a 12 by 8 cell.
12 by 8.5, I believe.
8.5. Woo, it's luxurious there, extra 6 inches. And is that the same cell that everyone else in that unit has? Same size cell?
Correct. All 255 beds are the same.
Okay, and the mattress he's sleeping on, it's the same mattress that the other inmates in that
Yes, sir.
pod get? Is it the same mattress that the inmates in the entire facility get?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and talked about he has a bed. Is he currently on suicide watch?
He is.
Okay, but there have been times when he wasn't on suicide watch.
Yes, sir.
The times he's not on suicide watch, is he in the same cell?
Correct.
Okay, has he been in the same cell his entire stay?
His entire time.
And there's 24-hour video surveillance on the cell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there audio and video surveillance or just video?
Just video.
Just video. And when he's moved from that cell, is there video on him when he's moved from the cell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is he put in shackles or handcuffed when he's moved from the cell?
Yes, sir.
Why is that done?
That's standard practice for all of them.
For all the inmates in that pod?
All 255.
Does he have time to shower?
He does.
How many times a week can he shower?
3 times.
3 times. Does he have a change of clothes?
He does.
How many changes of clothes does he get?
They get recollected every Wednesday and distributed every Thursday.
And when they're distributed, how many sets of clothing does he have?
I believe 3.
Okay. Does he have access to commissary?
He does.
Has he exercised his ability to buy commissary?
He has.
What has he bought during or what has he bought from commissary?
I believe he's bought clothing, socks, shoes, shirt. Not sure about food items, but he's bought clothing and hygiene.
Y'all have them good tasting beef sticks there? Oh, never mind. That's for another time. Anyway, so on top of 3 sets of clothing he gets a week, he also has additional clothing in his cell.
He does.
And additional shoes.
Yes.
Does he get time for recreation?
He does.
How much time does he get for recreation?
1 hour, 5 times a week.
Okay, is that different from other inmates in that facility?
No, sir.
Okay, so it sounds like everything he's gotten up to this point is identical to the other inmates in that unit of your facility.
Correct.
Okay, he has a toilet in his cell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any limit on the amount of toilet paper he gets?
No. When he's out, he puts the roll and we exchange it.
Yeah, like a fair system. Okay. Let's see. Exchange it. Okay. Is there a limit how much or how often he can use the restroom?
No.
Is he required? You require him to wear the same set of clothing day after day?
No.
And so he can change clothing at any point that he wants in his cell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he required to wear soiled or stained or tattered or torn clothing?
No, sir.
And in fact, you said he has exercised his use of the commissary and he has new clothing in his cell. Is that correct?
He has at one time. Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he have access to an electronic tablet of some kind?
He does.
Tell me about that.
It's a tablet from GTL, matter of fact. And he was issued a second tablet about 2 weeks ago. He broke his first tablet, and the average person in Westville would have to replace that for $250. But we gave him the opportunity for an additional tablet.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit. What capabilities does he have with that tablet?
If he purchases stuff, he can purchase music, download movies, but most importantly, phone calls.
And the phone calls, are they video calls or just the typical phone calls that we'd be used to?
Just the typical phone calls.
Does he have access to be able to text people from that tablet?
No.
And so he was issued a tablet.
He was.
And when he came to the facility, that tablet was broken by him?
Yes, sir.
In typical situations, it's my understanding that if an inmate breaks the tablet, you make them pay the two.
You may need to repeat that, Mr. McClelland. I think Mr. McClelland may have stepped out again.
Uh-oh.
You know how there he is.
Sorry about that. And in typical situations, my understanding that if an inmate breaks the tablet, you make him pay the $250 replacement fee before they get another one.
Correct.
That didn't happen here?
No, sir.
What happened?
We issued him a tablet based on behavior. We had a little mental health designed some expectations for him to meet, and he met those, so we issued him another tablet.
Why would you issue him a new tablet without paying for the old one when you don't do that to other inmates?
It's not customary.
Okay. Do you have medical staff on site at your facility? Is that correct?
24 hours.
And do you have mental health personnel on site at your facility? Is that correct?
We do.
Has he been checked out by the medical staff on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
Have you gotten any reports? This is going to be a broad term, but have you gotten any reports that he's unhealthy in any way?
No, sir.
Have you gotten reports that his BMI and his vitals are all on track, that he's healthy?
Normal ranges.
Normal range. Has he been checked out by medical personnel or mental health personnel on a regular basis?
Almost daily.
And you said he's gone on suicide watch recently. Was there a time he wasn't on suicide watch?
When he first got here, I don't think he was on suicide watch for a while. I can't give you an exact time, but the recent past months, he's been on some sort of suicide watch, whether it be consistent or close supervision or constant.
Okay. Do you know within a range, when that switched from not being on suicide watch to being on suicide watch?
Let's see. I believe we got him November 4th, probably sometime in September. I think he wasn't on suicide watch for the first couple months, I believe.
Okay. Was there a time in the recent past when you began to get strange behavior from him?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did you have him seen on a more often basis by the medical and mental health staff? I may have cut out.
Yes.
No,
sir.
I was typing in chat and didn't scroll. It was my fault.
Okay. Do you know what, for lack of better term, do you know what flipped the switch, or what caused the switch to be flipped?
I know we went from suicide companion to officer companion, I think a day after he received his legal work.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Would you finish that? I didn't hear what you said.
We changed from suicide companion to officer companion the day after he received his legal work.
So I want to talk about suicide companion. What does that mean?
The normal individual will have a suicide companion. Comes from our plus unit. It's a religious unit. And the incarcerated individual would watch over him every 5 to 15 minutes and just take notes on behavior. These logs would be reviewed by the shift supervisor and mental health staff.
And at some point, you switched it over to having officers in your facility actually be that companion watch.
24 hours a day.
Okay, so now currently has an officer at his door at the front of his cell who watches him 24 hours a day.
Correct.
Plus, he's on camera in the cell 24 hours. Well, at the times he's in the cell.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is he allowed face-to-face visits with family and friends?
He had at least one. Yes.
Okay, in the future, is he going to be allowed if he's held at your facility, given what you know on the suicide watch, all those things, is he going to be allowed face-to-face visits?
Yes.
Okay. Do inmates in that pod are they normally allowed face-to-face visits?
None of them.
So only he is allowed face-to-face visits.
Correct.
Okay. Did at some point you prevent him from having face-to-face visits?
No.
Okay. So throughout his stay from late October, early November, till now, that entire time, he was allowed to have face-to-face visits.
If requested.
Okay. Want to talk about attorney visits? Is he allowed to have attorney visits?
Yes, sir.
And you've had the opportunity. Well, let me back up. Are attorneys allowed to bring cell phones into your facility?
No.
And have you allowed attorneys to bring cell phones in your facility in the past, at least to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Are attorneys allowed to bring in computers into your facilities to meet with their inmates?
No, sir.
Okay. If an attorney needed a cell phone or a computer to go over discovery with one of the inmates, are those accommodations you could make in your facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The visitations with attorneys, are those recorded?
They are. For general population, yes, all visits are recorded.
Well, I want to talk specifically about Richard Allen, the visitations between Richard Allen and his attorneys. Are those recorded?
They have been, yes.
Oh, son of a bitch, really? At some point, they were recorded, I think, with a handheld camcorder. Is that correct?
Correct.
That has stopped.
Correct.
Why'd that stop?
It was requested.
By the attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are the visitations still recorded by some kind of security camera?
Yes, sir.
And that's a video recording with no audio. Is that correct?
Correct. So just to clarify, the visitation from the unit that he's incarcerated in currently, there's no face-to-face visits, so it's not recorded. The visitors go up to the front desk. They would get on the kiosk system. He would get on a computer at the facility, and they would talk. They could see each other. General population, where we took Mr. Allen, is all surveillance.
Let me court's indulgence for just a moment. I'm consulting my notes. Give me one more second, and I got it. Okay. And so the unit that Mr. Allen is on, none of those inmates get face-to-face visits?
None of them.
With attorneys, family, nothing?
Well, attorneys if requested, but no family.
Okay, in Mr. Allen's case, he's been allowed to visit his attorneys. And how was that facilitated? Meaning, where are they taken? That kind of thing.
He was taken to the general population visitation room. I believe it was from 1 to 3 or so. And we closed off visitation at 12:30 to 3:30 just to make sure he had privacy and that he didn't see any other individuals.
And if he's continued to be housed at your facility, are you willing to continue to accommodate the attorneys to continue to visit with him?
Yes, sir.
And again, you're willing to accommodate them in terms of taking a cell phone or computer in so that they can review the discovery materials with Mr. Allen? Okay, now you said his behavior has been from non-suicidal to suicidal. Let me back up. Do you know specifically what changed his behavior?
I believe it's when he receives his legal work. He's been on some sort of suicide watch the entire time after that.
Okay, during that time, has Mr. Allen requested to meet with you?
He's written me. Yes.
And what did he wrote you?
He wrote me numerous things. I think he sent me 5 or 6 letters. Some of it.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to start having discussions about discovery that I don't have.
That's where I'm kind of like.
Hold on.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any of these letters. To that extent, I'm going to start objecting because I'm.
Hold on. That was Baldwin.
Okay. That's why I'm kind of like.
Yeah, and then I said I'm not aware of any of these letters. To that extent, I'm going to start objecting because
Yeah,
I'm
Baldwin wasn't on yet. Okay.
not sure what he's going to say.
Do you have them?
Yeah, I've been reaching out.
Have you provided them to him?
Yeah, believe so.
Okay. Well, because he needs them. Sidebar concluded.
When Mr. Allen first came to your facility, was he taking advantage of the recreational time that he was afforded?
It was hit or miss. Sometimes he would just refuse to go to rec. Sometimes he went.
Okay. Has he refused? Have you ever refused any meals?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
It's off and on. We record them. We'll declare him on a hunger strike after his fourth missed meal. I don't know how many hunger strikes he's been on, but he typically eats. I check those logs every day. I know he ate breakfast this morning, right about 4 o'clock.
And was he exercising not only at rec time, but was he exercising in his cell on a regular basis as well?
Was he exercising in his cell?
Yes.
On occasion, yes, sir.
And throughout this time, again, he's been seen by several medical and mental health staff on a regular basis his entire stay there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you continue to this day to have concerns for his safety?
Currently, where he's housed at, I don't.
Okay. If he was moved to general population, would you have concerns for his safety?
I would.
And has the mental health or medical staff expressed any concerns to you that would cause you to have concerns for his health or well-being?
I'm going to object to, well, we kind of talked about this in chambers. We're getting into HIPAA issues here. On that basis, I object.
Sustained.
Yeah, Jesus. Have you seen anything in the reports that you get that Mr. Allen was being treated unfairly in your facility?
I have not.
Is he being treated different from other inmates in your facility?
No, sir.
In fact, it sounds like he's getting more benefits than the inmates in your facility.
That is true.
When he's transported from your facility, does DOC, are they the ones that take care of the transport?
Correct.
And they're the ones that have the manpower, supply the manpower to transport him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Rosie.
So, Mr. McClelland asked you about his cell. I think you said it was a 12 by 8.5 room. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm sure you saw the motion that I filed with the court alleging some of the circumstances at your facility.
I believe so. Yes.
And in that motion, I'm looking at it right now. It says a 6 by 10 room. Does that sound consistent with what I've reported to the court?
I'm unaware of any 6 by 10 room.
Okay, but was that consistent with what I reported to the court?
I believe so. Yes.
So I was a couple feet off, right?
A few.
All right. 2 feet one way and 2 feet the other, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think what I heard today is that from the minute Mr. Allen was assigned to your facility, that he was placed in a what I'll call a suicide cell. Is that correct?
Correct.
He wasn't necessarily on suicide watch, but he was detained as if he was suicidal.
He was put in that room for the cameras at the time. Yes.
Okay. And so those circumstances have remained throughout his stay, right?
Yes.
And that was before there was any mental health assessment of him or anything of that nature, which suggested that he was suicidal, right?
Correct. I believe he was on suicide watch a few months after he was there.
Do the other cells in the maximum security unit have cameras in them?
Only 4.
Okay, so there is a difference between the circumstances he's detained in that maximum security unit and 50 other cells, right?
Just the camera, correct.
Well, pretty significant difference, isn't it?
Sure.
Having somebody staring at you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week versus not, right?
Sure.
It's my understanding that this unit that Mr. Allen is detained in is the highest security unit within your facility, right?
At Westville? Correct.
Yeah, we talked earlier. You weren't in here, but it's kind of a prison within a prison, really, isn't it?
It's separated, correct.
Yeah, has its own gates that you have to go through even after you get into the facility.
It does.
Well, and the most heinous of criminals are often housed in that facility, aren't they?
Excuse me, Your Honor. I didn't hear. Did you say heinous or highness?
Heinous.
Okay.
Heinous.
Apologize for the interruption.
Half of them.
Half of the most heinous inmates?
It's a 255 bed facility. Half of them are department wide and the other half are Westville offenders.
Okay.
So half of them are
People that are
level 2 offenders.
people that have been convicted of the most heinous crimes you and I can imagine, right?
There's some bad crimes in there, yes.
Yeah, and he's basically detained right next to them, right with them, isn't he?
Yeah, sure.
And those people are actually these heinous offenders in your facility are actually set aside and removed from your general population, aren't they?
Correct.
You wouldn't house those people with the people in general population, would you?
Say that again, sir.
You wouldn't house those people with the people in general population.
I mean, like I said, half of the facility is designed for level 2 Westville offenders. So whether they're in there for a day or a year, when they're released, they go back to general pop.
Okay. Now, did you have a chance to see Mr. Allen when he was first housed in your facility back in November?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Did he look anything like he looks now?
Similar.
He's lost a lot of weight, hasn't he?
He's lost some weight.
All right. And in terms of just his overall mental health, regardless of what's to blame for it, it's definitely deteriorated, hasn't it?
It's changed.
Yes, for the worst, right?
It's changed.
Yeah, for the worst, hasn't it?
It's off and on. I mean, I spoke to him yesterday. He spoke fine.
Okay, but the point is that he doesn't look the same, does he?
He's lost some weight.
And he's not acting the same, is he?
On occasion, like I said, he spoke clearly to me yesterday and last week. Nothing, sir.
But he's engaged in some conduct in your facility that's frankly pretty unsanitary.
To his doings, yes.
Yeah, now to the extent that you said earlier that he was suicidal, right? At some point?
I said he was put on suicide watch.
Okay, well, was he suicidal?
Mental health put him there.
You didn't have anything to do with that?
No.
Okay, did you ever suggest that anybody in your facility reach out to either Mr. Baldwin or I to talk to us about his circumstances?
I have not personally. No.
Okay, do you know anybody else in your facility that suggested that to do that?
I have not. No.
Okay. Do you know anybody in your facility that suggested we should reach out to the sheriff in Carroll County and maybe let him know what's going on up here?
Not to my knowledge. No.
You're aware, I assume, that I made a request to actually just inspect or look at his cell when I was up there on one occasion?
Yes, sir.
And I'm kind of gathering this from what I experienced, but was there ultimately a phone call to you about whether or not I should be able to do that?
There was communication. Correct.
And were you the one that suggested to Captain Lewis that I couldn't do that?
I said no one can go in his cell until I get authorization.
Okay.
It was an unusual request.
For me to just go see his cell?
For anybody.
How far was I at the time I asked for that?
I'm not sure. I'm just saying it was an unusual request. I've never had that request before.
I mean, I was in the same building, right?
Correct.
Probably just right around the corner, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that I filed another request or more formal request to get in your facility?
I'm not sure I've seen that one. No.
Okay. Has your DOC staff or attorneys talked to you about any of that?
They do. We communicate.
All right. But that's not happened as we sit here today, has it?
I just don't recall of it. No.
No, that I've had a chance or my staff had a chance to go in and see the circumstances under which he's detained.
It has not.
Now, with regard to his tablet, this tablet that you referenced, you said he has the ability to make phone calls on that tablet, right?
He does.
So he could theoretically call his family, right?
I think 3 family members are listed.
Okay. But anything that he said to them about his case would be recorded by your facility.
Recorded by GTL.
Okay, which you subcontract with them.
Correct.
And so you have access to all that.
I do not.
Well, somebody that in the facility has access.
Internal affairs.
Okay, you have
His family members would.
an investigative team or something, right?
I do.
Okay, and so they're the ones that monitor all those calls, right?
Only one has capability of it.
I'm sorry?
Only one investigator has the capability of it.
Okay, so anything that he would communicate to his family, if it was at all remotely related to his case, you would know about it or the investigator would know about it.
If they listen to it, correct.
Well, they're listening to it, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
Well, has anybody asked you to monitor any of that?
Has anybody asked me?
Yeah.
No. All inmates are recorded. They're all recorded.
Are you aware that the prosecutor has offered up phone calls and stuff to us?
Say that again?
Are you aware that the prosecutor, Mr. McClelland, has offered up phone calls and other things, recorded calls to us?
Well, the calls for the attorneys are not recorded.
No. I'm talking about the family members.
Specifically what?
Are you aware that the state has offered up to us numbers, various phone calls of recorded conversations from that facility?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Nobody's ever asked you about any of that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So apparently the investigative part of your staff is not communicating with you about his circumstances.
I'm just now aware about his phone calls.
Okay. And your position is with regard to our access to the facility that we're not allowed to have cell phones in there?
Attorneys, no, they're not allowed to have cell phones.
Okay. Did anybody tell you I had a cell phone in there the first time I went in there?
Yeah, the shakedown sergeant.
Okay. All right. After that occurred, right?
Say that again?
I took a cell phone in there the first time, didn't I?
And the second time.
Right. And then all of a sudden the rules changed, didn't they?
The rules never changed. Attorneys weren't allowed to have cell phones.
Well, then the enforcement of them changed, didn't it?
No, it's not.
Now, with regard to this video circumstance, well, let me back up. Have you ever, in your time as a warden, housed a pretrial detainee that's not been convicted of a crime at any point in their life?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, first time, right?
For me.
And you acknowledge there was a circumstance for a couple of months where your staff members were videotaping our visits with our client.
Only videos, yes.
Okay, and in fact, you actually assigned a correctional officer that carried a video camera around and followed us around the facility into the room where we were meeting.
Anytime he was out of the cell, correct.
And that correctional officer was asked essentially to stage him or herself at the window next to where we were meeting.
Anytime. Well, when he was on constant suicide watch, we had to, yes.
Okay. And that was never communicated to us before we visited with him, was it?
I'm not sure what was communicated to you.
You certainly didn't do it, right?
Do what, sir?
You certainly didn't communicate that to us.
Not to you, no.
And you didn't communicate to your officer to tell your officer to communicate it to us.
No, sir.
You just did it.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, there were concerns raised by us that we didn't have any privacy, wasn't there?
There was.
And I'm assuming that your legal team at the DOC suggested that you stand down with regard to that videotaping.
That was the decision.
Okay. And do you have any need to do that in the future when we're meeting with him?
I don't.
Okay.
Well, we'll need constant visual if he's on mental health constant observation.
But you don't have any need to videotape attorney-client meetings, right?
No, sir.
You ever videotaped an attorney-client meeting with another inmate?
I believe so.
And who was that?
I believe it was Mr. Campbell.
Okay. And when was that?
Oh, probably a year ago.
Was it in the same facility?
Yes, sir.
Or does any of that go on outside of the maximum security unit in the general population?
General population, they're all recorded.
They're always what?
They're always recorded.
Well, do you have a specific officer assigned to each of those individuals as you move them around to visitation with their attorneys?
No, I take them to the visitation room.
All right. Basically, there's normal surveillance up in the corner, right?
Correct.
Do you, to the extent that Mr. Allen is afforded visitation with his family, do you have any problem with him having water during those visitations?
It would be an exception.
You have to make an exception for him to have a drink?
It would be an exception.
Okay. Inmates aren't allowed to have water when they visit with their family?
No food or water during visits.
Okay. Well, the visitation room we were in just a week or two ago had vending machines from wall to wall, right?
They can take them back.
Okay. So, but nobody can drink water?
Not in the visitation room.
But I'm pretty sure I saw a water fountain over on the wall when I was in there, right?
There may have been.
You're not sure if there is?
It's probably for staff, if there is.
Okay. I've had a chance to review some articles regarding your facility. Are you generally aware that your facility is kind of in the midst of an overhaul?
We are rebuilding, yes.
There's a gentleman, it looks like by the name of Kevin Orme. Do you know him?
Kevin Orme?
Orme, I'm sorry.
Yes.
He's the director of construction services of the Indiana Department of Corrections.
Yes, sir.
And I see that there's been a lot of, well, frankly, the state has decided essentially tear your facility down and renovate it, right? Or remodel it.
To rebuild.
Okay. Get rid of what you have now and replace it with something new.
In the future.
Right. It's a $1 billion project, right?
I'm not sure of the money.
And there's been plenty of coverage regarding the circumstances and the circumstances at your facility. Isn't that right?
Say that again, sir?
Well, there's been plenty of media coverage regarding the circumstances at your facility.
I assume so.
And there's been findings, in fact, that it's doesn't meet the modern safety and security standards and operation needs of your staff members.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Westville's a pretty safe facility.
Well, do you read any of this literature?
I didn't read that.
All right.
I'd say Westville's a pretty safe facility.
Your facility was recently sued for violations that occurred in the very unit where Mr. Allen was housed.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about. No.
Well, I just think I saw an article where somebody settled a lawsuit for $400,000 for wrongful detention in that facility.
Not since I've been there.
You don't know anything about it?
Not since I've been there.
In the motion that I filed, I actually included that article as a footnote. Did you see that?
Not since I've been there. I've been there for 4 years.
But did you review this particular motion that I filed with the court?
Yes.
Okay. You saw the photos that I attached of Mr. Allen?
I'm not sure I saw the photos. No.
I'm sorry?
I don't think I saw any photos.
Handing you what's been marked as...
Oh, I saw that.
You're aware of this photo, right?
I saw that.
And you're aware that I basically took exception to the condition that he was in at that time, right?
Apparently so.
All right. And you would acknowledge, I assume, by just looking at that, the clothing that he's wearing it's soiled and stained, isn't it?
It is. He just got out of the rec area on that particular day.
All right. And your rec area where?
He was offered the opportunity to go back and change. He refused.
Okay.
In his cell, he had brand new clothes that he purchased off commissary.
Does his shirt get that brown and that stained all in that rec period?
I didn't inspect him before he went to rec.
Okay. Is the rec area there in the confinement area, the maximum security facility?
Is there a rec area?
Yes.
There's several of them.
Right. Well, let's talk about that. Outside of the walls of that maximum security facility, in the rest of the prison, there's all kinds of rec opportunities, aren't there? Basketball courts.
There is.
How many do you have? 4, 5, or 6 on the grounds?
Probably.
Volleyball courts?
No.
Baseball diamonds?
Yes.
Plenty of areas where people could move about and recreate, right?
Correct.
But in this particular situation, you have a confined area that's just a small cage, basically, just outside of the maximum security unit, right?
Not correct.
Well, what does the rec area look like?
Actually, we just renovated it. So the rec area has a brand new bike. It has a brand new rowing machine on the inside rec area. The outside rec area has pull-up bars and it has a basketball net.
Okay. Is there anything in that rec area people could go out and play in the mud or in the sand or anything like that?
No.
So he wouldn't have any reason to look like he did in that photograph, right?
I'm not sure how he got that stain on his shirt.
Okay, well, when you saw that photograph, did you go back and check the video to see, wait a minute, why does he look like that? Why does he look like he does?
No.
You have this companion program at the prison?
We do.
And basically, the program calls for you to post somebody at the jail cell or the door of any particular individual in there, right?
If they're on some sort of mental health watch, yes.
Okay, so when somebody's sick and they're having mental health problems, the response is to basically stick a felon at their door and let them monitor that person, right?
No. If they're sick and have severe mental health problems, they'll be moved to the infirmary.
Okay, but in this case, you engaged this companion plan, didn't you?
Excuse me? I did what?
You were using companions with Mr. Allen, weren't you?
We were for the first couple months, yes.
Okay, so these people are essentially convicted felons, aren't they?
They're convicted, yes.
Well, they're felons too, aren't they?
I'm sure.
You don't have any misdemeanants running around in your prison, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
And certainly don't give access to the maximum security unit to those kinds of people, right?
No.
And so you've got inmates that are sitting at the door with somebody who's sick, and you don't necessarily know what they're talking about, do you?
Sick, meaning mental health wise, or?
Yeah, mental health issues.
I'm really unaware of his mental health issues, other than that I knew he was on some sort of watch.
And you're also unaware of what those companions are saying to those inmates, aren't you?
They're not supposed to be saying anything.
Well, but you don't know that they are or aren't, do you?
I don't know that they are.
They're pretty trustworthy people?
For the most part.
They would not ever go back in the general population and breach any of those confidences, would they?
That's not what I'm saying.
1 second, Your Honor. You've got a very worthy team of transport officers that have been, frankly, very kind to us. Is this a team that you use in other circumstances when you're transporting individuals to and from facilities?
Yes.
And is it a team that's trained to do this, and frankly, that's kind of their primary responsibility?
It's one of their responsibilities. Yes, they're trained.
Pretty good at it, right?
They are.
I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that housing Mr. Allen in this case has been quite a burden with all the lawyers involved and the demands and the visits and all the accusations.
It's one of many challenges.
Okay, so the answer is yes, it's a challenge.
It can be.
If the judge were to just ask your facility or ask you for the use of your transport team to maybe move him to and from a county jail 15 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, whatever that might be, they would be capable of doing that, right?
They would be capable, yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. McClelland.
Thank you, Judge. I need to approach for a sidebar.
No problem. So our current Nick, Mr. McClelland, has to step away. So I need, if anybody, if DB, if you're willing to, or anybody else is willing to come up and finish being Nick, I'm going to I'll drop the link. You got big shoes to fill with Travis, though.
I really enjoyed it. Thanks for asking me to participate. I apologize.
You were excellent, Travis.
Amazing.
Yeah, you were
Got to break off, but I will be going back to the phone and listening in on the rest of it, and most importantly, the conversation. I just cannot believe all of the information in this hearing. Mind-blowing. And I know all of you are going to have comments about, what we've heard from this warden. For me, the most intriguing witness out of all of them, by far.
Is this Warden, right?
This warden, without a doubt. Yeah.
I'm actually surprised at how much of this actually pertains to exactly what's happening now in the case. Like now, I don't think anybody even paid attention to this really to talk about it too much with the companions and the mental health stuff. I mean, like it was kind of all being talked about, not in Like nobody says that there's a confession to a mental health person, but I mean, they're throwing things in here like that are little tidbits that are now actually really relevant.
Yeah, the companion is crazy.
Yeah. So again, to echo people in chat and what others on the panel have said, thank you so much for getting the transcripts. It's just night and day, even though we have the cold, hard record that we're going through with some artistic embellishment here and there, not naming names, but just that info, it's easy to get lost. And, there's a lot of important stuff in here.
Agreed.
That
important stuff that I didn't know existed in here.
And it's existing all the way up through we've got the confessions, admissions are invoked here. We've got his
He
mental
really was
state.
being led around on a leash.
Yeah. But we've got his mental state and on motion to suppress. I mean, this by far is the most important transcript I've seen as it relates to where we are at currently.
Agreed. Yeah. And it's funny because there's a couple people like Unraveling, Gambies. There's a few other people in chat that were like, we were hoping to be able to actually see this transcript and they were waiting for it. And so I'm glad that, and thank you to everybody who contributed to it. Thank you to everybody who's contributed on this panel. We wouldn't be able to do it without each and every one of you guys. So just thank you so much.
So I'll be tuning back in, but I won't be able to see the transcript. And if anyone's seeing this later on, take some sort of, Nick, Slick, if you see this, please don't take it personal. Just trying to add a little bit of interest in reading cold, dry transcripts. And I'm not trying to make light of the case for the defense, the families, the state, anybody. I just thought we'd add a little interesting embellishments here and there to make it not so dry. And if anyone's offended by it, tough shit. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much how it is. Travis, you have the
see y'all soon. Love you.
Travis,
be careful.
You have the transcripts, and I'll send you the other ones for the May 7th, just so you can have those too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have Nick Jr. back, little young Nick over here.
Yes. One of my first cases.
Well, welcome, Nick Jr.
Thanks for having me.
So, Mr. McClelland, it's your redirect.
Oh, 1 second.
He's deeper in King Ghidorah. Here, I'll give.
Warden, I want to show you again what's been marked as Defendant Exhibit A.
Yes.
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions to put in context this photo. The defense has alleged that this photo exhibit that their client is being mistreated, and I want to make sure I get the language right. That he's held in a cell no bigger than a dog kennel, and that he's a prisoner of war. And they want to use this photo to illustrate that those things are true. So I want you to tell me about this photo. Did somebody on your staff take this photo?
No.
Do you know who took this photo?
I believe the attorneys did.
Okay. And you started to say this, and I think Mr. Rossi cut you off a little bit, but when this photo was taken, where was he coming from? Rec?
Straight from the rec area.
And how long had he been in the rec area?
Probably 45 minutes or so.
Okay. And the shirt that he's wearing, you know how it got torn?
I don't.
Did he wear a different shirt every time he went to rec, or was this the same shirt every time he went to rec?
I believe he wore the same shirt. He was saving his other shirts for attorney's visits, from what I was told.
Okay, and so that shirt that he's wearing there, you believe that's a shirt he wore for rec every day, every time he went to rec?
I know he wore that shirt to rec and then went straight to see his attorney.
Okay.
I wanted the video to see how his shirt was so dirty.
But at the time that photo was taken, he had clean clothes in his cell.
That is correct.
Did he have new clothes from commissary in his cell?
Yes.
Okay. And did your staff attempt to change him out of his rec clothes before he met with his attorneys?
No, we wouldn't have saw that stain because his jumpsuit would have been buttoned up.
Okay. I thought you had made a comment before that he refused to change clothes.
He came straight from the rec area. He had the opportunity to change clothes and he did not.
Okay. So he had an opportunity to change clothes before he met with his attorneys and he decided not to.
Correct.
Okay. Is he clothed in shirts like this on a daily basis?
No. If he is, again, that's his decision. He has clean clothes and his clothes are laundered every week.
Laundered. Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie?
Do you know if he chose not to change clothes on that particular day?
He went from the rec area back to his cell, where he had the opportunity to change clothes.
Were you transporting him?
No.
Did you have anything to do with him going to the rec area from the rec? Him going to the rec area to the cell?
I did not.
Yeah. Where were you physically when you went from the rec area to the cell?
I might have been home. I can't tell you.
Okay, you don't really know?
But I watched the video and I saw it.
Okay. Mr. McClelland filed a response in this case to the motion that or let me ask you this. You recall me filing a motion with a bunch of these allegations about his conditions, right?
I saw it. Yes.
You're intimately familiar with that, I'm assuming.
I'm familiar.
And Mr. McClelland called you when he was dealing with this issue, didn't he? And asked you about all these things?
I believe so, yes.
And in his response, I'm looking at it right here, and it said, quote,
I'm all the way dehydrated.
"No, you're hydrated. He had clean shirts in his cell at the time of the photo, but defense chose to photograph him in his dirty shirt in order to curry up sympathy in the public eye for the defendant. I didn't have any choice on what he was wearing that day, did I?
You did not.
So I didn't choose to photograph him in that circumstance, did I?
Well, you chose to photograph him, yes.
But it wasn't prompted by me that he was wearing that stuff, was it?
I'm not sure what it was prompted by.
Are you aware of any... Well, first of all, this vest that he's wearing today, you know what this vest is?
Ballistic vest.
Yeah, are you familiar with the technology involved in these?
I mean, I'm familiar. It's a ballistic vest.
It's basically a shocker collar. Is there an electric charge that you can use or not?
Is there electric charge built into that vest?
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's a stun vest?
This vest.
I'm not sure what type of vest it is.
Is there some kind of belt on him that has an electric charge that you employ if there's a safety issue?
There should be one during transportation.
There is?
I'm not sure what's on him now. During transportation, if the CERT team decided to use one, that's pretty standard.
Okay.
Very standard.
Do you know that your staff had him on a leash when they brought him into visitation the other day?
A restraint chain?
It looked like a leash to me. It was like what you'd be.
We don't call it a leash, but a restraint.
Well, it's the same purpose, right?
It's for control.
Just like you would control a dog if you put a leash on them.
Just like we control the other 255 offenders.
Just like you would control a dog if you put a leash on them.
That is not correct, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Warden. You may step down.
You're welcome, ma'am.
We appreciate you, Warden, very much for coming up. Okay. Mr. McClelland.
Any rebuttal witnesses, Mr. Rosie? Oh, I'm sorry. That's me thinking in the future a little bit too far there. Judge. Judge, the state has no other witnesses.
Well, do you have any rebuttal witnesses, Mr. Rosie?
No, ma'am.
Argument?
Judge, this is ended up right where I thought it was going to be, and I'm just going to point the judge to the law, the court to the law. I mean, that's what matters here is the law. 35-33-11-1 requires that there be, not there be some speculation about this, but that there be some imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, or that he represents some substantial threat to the safety of others. And there has been, not before the order was signed by Judge Diener or after the order was signed by Judge Diener, not an iota of evidence to suggest that there's an imminent chance of serious bodily injury to anybody or any circumstance. I sympathize and understand fully how this happened. That's not the defense's beef today. Clearly, we had a lot of people that were dealing with some circumstances that they hadn't dealt with before, and clearly they were making some decisions on a rush, and clearly when you do that, you have a tendency to do some things that maybe when you look back, you're like, oh, I probably should have handled it a little differently. But the problem here is that there was an attempt to cure this, to make it right, to get him in a situation that was a healthier situation long before find the remote, please. Long before this kind of went off the rails. And essentially that attempt was kiboshed, for lack of a better word, by the sheriff, Sheriff Liggett, who told you today he wasn't going to agree because he couldn't transport. Now, let me get back to the kind of the fundamental legal issues, foundational legal issues. The first one is that they haven't met their burden of proof. I argued to the court already that there's a due process issue here, just simply because there was no judiciary finding of any kind or any evidence ever introduced to support the initial order that was entered. And if you look at the initial order, it very much mirrors, and this is all starting to make sense to me now because it was done by, sounds like the same person, but it all mirrors the request by the sheriff, and it's all about speculative safety concerns and all those kinds of things, which again, I understand that. I understand why they had those concerns, but that doesn't meet the legal standard to put him in a maximum security facility where he is treated and housed, frankly, in the same sense as the most heinous criminals in the state of Indiana. He's the only pretrial detainee in 5, 6, 7 years of experience for these officers that got up here that's ever been in that circumstance. And the state wants to come in today, the state who frankly agreed to move him at one point, now is coming in, Mr. McClelland, doing his job, and I understand that. The sheriff's department is part of his bailiwick, but they want to come in today and they want to compare his circumstances to that of the guy who's down the hall from him, who's a convicted child molester, 3-time murderer, or whatever it is. You've heard all that, all the crimes that these people have committed. That's not the comparison. Under the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment, we're comparing him with the circumstances under which other pretrial detainees are detained. You can't put someone in Guantanamo Bay and say they're getting treated the same as the next inmate in Guantanamo Bay. It doesn't work that way. That's not what the Equal Protection Clause is about. It's about treating him like other pretrial detainees who are similarly situated. People in the Cass County Jail, people in the Tippecanoe County Jail, frankly, people in the Carroll County Jail. Just like Officer Lesby said, they've had other people charged with murder in these counties. This isn't the first pass. And so don't fall for the trick of, hey, we're treating him just like the guy down the hall, because that's the wrong comparison. It's not the right analogy, and that's not what the Equal Protection Clause requires. The due process argument is also a 14th Amendment argument. It basically is similar in that he was not afforded any due process because there was no evidentiary hearing. There was no standard set. It was just an order that was struck by the former judge in this case, and so we would rest our arguments on that as well. The Sixth Amendment claim, and I think the court probably senses where we're going with this, but he has a right to counsel, and that right extends to privacy and some convenience and just his overall ability to communicate with us so that we can defend him in some reasonable manner. But what the court has learned today is that, first of all, just demographically, I should say geographically, it's an hour and a half drive just to get to his same airspace. And that's just to get to the front door. Beyond that, there's layers upon layers of security we've got to get through. And eventually, when we do get access to him, it's in a setting that's not overly comfortable, not overly convenient. We've been, different places, different times, but the bigger problem is that we have no privacy. There's no privacy when we're meeting with him. We show up at the jail one moment and we're taking our cell phones in the prison, and the next moment we show up and we got to take our cell phone to the car. And we come back the next week and we walk in and we've got a jail officer, correctional officer, following us around with video cameras. I mean, it's the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me in the 20 years I've been doing this. I still can't understand this, but basically we're meeting with him. He's sitting in the middle of a room in a plastic chair that they chose to sit him in, not one of the half padded chairs that was sitting right next to us. And they've got a video camera affixed on us for a half an hour or an hour in an 85-degree room, whatever it is. None of this is convenient. None of this facilitates an attorney-client relationship. You feel like you have no privacy. You feel like you have no ability to communicate with him in any sense, with any sense of confidentiality. And at this point in this case, we are consumed as a defense team with dealing with his detention. We're barely consumed with the facts. And it is starting to get to the point where it's overwhelming. We have not the time to focus on the things that are important, which is the guilt and innocence phase of this case. All we're dealing with are DOC attorneys, wardens, captains, correctional officers. We go up there and we get to ride in the back of a van on a wheel well. I mean, and I get it. The people who are doing this are nice, but we get transported in a van and we sit on a wheel well in the back of a van. That's how we get to him. It's got to stop. And I'm asking Your Honor to intervene. And I think, hopefully, that what you heard today is, look, there could be a combination of a couple things here. We could find a facility like Cass County, which is a 2-minute walk from my front door, and it's much closer for Mr. Baldwin to visit. And we could use the DOC, because you have the power of the pen, to transport him. They could still do that. It would remove 90% of the burden on them having to detain him and dealing with people like me, frankly, because I think they're tired of me and I don't blame them, but I have a job to do. And that would be a nice combination of both. We can employ the state police. They have invested so many resources in this case. The idea that they couldn't somehow pick him up from a county jail and drive him down the highway to a few miles to a courthouse that's beyond me. I don't know how you could explain that away. I mean, clearly they have the ability to do that. This is not rocket science. I'm just asking the court to intervene, recognize that his basic fundamental rights, he's being deprived of those, and to fix this situation. Confessions, non-confessions, incriminating statements, non-incriminating statements, however you want to phrase all that, we'll deal with that. And, a jury's going to hear about all that when the time's right. But right now, we're talking about the rights of a pretrial detainee. And, there's a lot of case law in this. I spent some time looking at that. Most of it's referenced in my pleading. I think the foundational case, give me 1 second here so I can find my case law. One of the foundational cases on the due process issue, the equal protection issue, is Ream v. Malcolm. And that citation is, I'm not going to read the citation. It's a 1974 case. It's good law. It's been around for a long time. And basically, what you're going to find if you read that is that he is to be compared with other people that are similarly situated to him, not people who are on, as I coined it, death row. That's my term. That's my phrase, but it's not inaccurate. He is to be compared with other people in his situation, and that's what I'm asking the court to consider and grant our request to essentially remove the safekeeping order altogether or modify it to another circumstance that's much more amenable and allows us to represent him, and it's much for convenient so we can get on with the real merits of this case.
Mr. McClellan, before you go, sure.
Sure.
Mr. Rosie, you've raised your Sixth Amendment right to counsel that extends to privacy and convenience, but your argument seems to focus on your convenience. When you were appointed by this court, Mr. Allen was already at the DOC, so you were well aware, as was Mr. Baldwin, of the hour-and-a-half drive and the layers of security that would be imposed. Nobody asked DOC if they would transport, just that they were available to transport. So we don't have the answer to that particular question, correct?
I don't know that I specifically asked them that.
You didn't.
Well, it certainly wasn't intentional.
That's why I'm saying you didn't ask him that. And I don't know if anybody's asked ISP either. Has anybody asked ISP?
I haven't. I don't think that's my job.
Okay.
Judge, I guess just to be candid.
Oh.
Okay, the court.
Okay.
Judge, I guess,
Okay.
sorry. I did talk to an ISP official over lunch, and he said, is that possible? And the answer I got was, we don't know. Doug Carter, probably.
Okay.
And I mean, that was not enough time to figure that out.
I just want to make sure that we're all talking apples and apples, not apples to oranges.
Sure.
You've also argued that he's being denied basic fundamental rights. Which specific fundamental rights is he being denied?
I don't think I said he was being denied basic. I thought
you did.
The 14th Amendment and the 6th Amendment arguments are the arguments I'm making with the court.
Okay.
And I've pled those in my pleading.
Okay.
Very clearly. I think maybe I'm grouping those things together.
Okay. Thank you. And then the citations to your authority. You have cited the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, District Court in Massachusetts, Ohio, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, the California Circuits, Connecticut Circuits, and the Missouri Circuits. Do you have any Indiana law?
No, I just offer up federal law that...
Okay, so all that you've provided to me is federal law?
Yes.
You've not cited any state law?
Yes, I think it's prevailing federal law. I do.
And I have no problem with federal law, but you've cited no Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. which controls our circuit.
Nope.
Okay.
That's what I found.
Is there any?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mr. McClelland?
Yeah. Thank you, Judge. As I said in the beginning, the state is in a unique position. The state, doesn't have a huge concern about where he's housed. The state does believe he should be held without bond. And we believe that because of the evidence we've collected, the evidence that has been presented to the courts in the various pleadings, the multiple confessions to multiple people, we believe the evidence is strong by preponderance of the evidence. The proof of guilt is evident, and that the presumption that he committed these heinous acts are strong. And so, as long as he's held without bail, the state doesn't have a real concern. I suppose it's the lawyer in me that wants to argue more than anything, but Mr. Rossi brought up the 35-33 -11-1 and the desire to scrap the safekeeping order altogether. I don't see any provisions within that chapter that say if you scrap the safekeeping, the defense then gets to choose what facility he's in. If the safekeeping order is scrapped, he comes back to Carroll County. I don't see anything other provision that says the defense gets to choose what facility he's in. I may have missed something, but I'd looked through the chapter with some extensive research and I didn't find anything. And so if the safekeeping order is scratched, he comes back to the charging county, which is Carroll County, and that's where he's to be housed if the safekeeping order is scrapped. And so I think the court, to me, when I read the motion, I think the court hit the nail on the head that this is about convenience for Mr. Rossi. We don't want the safekeeping order. The sheriff hadn't met their burden. You should get rid of it, but we really want you to modify it to Cass County. So he's right next to the door where I'm at. We heard the Cass County sheriff testify. We heard the DOC warden testify. It doesn't sound like the situation is in either facility is going to be much different. He's being videotaped 24 hours a day in Cass County. He's not going to be given face-to-face visits. He's going to have all the same amenities and maybe even less in Cass County. And than he has in DOC. And I say that because in Cass County, he's not going to have 24-hour medical or mental health facility or people there to look after him. And so he's going to be in a worse spot for his safety. And in that respect, he's going to have those, I guess, conveniences at his hand 24 hours a day. The Cass County sheriff said those are only there, I think, for hours a week for mental health and maybe 12 hours a week or 12 hours a day for medical. And so I don't think the situation is much different from Westville as opposed to Cass County, except for the geographical convenience for Mr. Rossi. I mean, what does that matter? And so, again, Judge, we leave it to the court's discretion. You've heard concerns from our sheriff about the transport, about housing, about his safety. And so those are the main concerns I hear from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Are there other options for transportation? Possibly. I don't know what those are at this point. And so I can't comment on those, Judge. So that's the state's standpoint at this point. Thank you so much.
Anything else?
Judge, just a couple comments, reactions. First of all, the prosecutor, again, is sitting here talking about multiple confessions. You're going to hear at some point what he's talking about. This is one of those things where at one minute, Rick Allen's saying one thing, and just 2 seconds later, he's saying something else. It's all very generic. This is not some, inquisition where he's finally given up and thrown in the towel and he's just confessing. This is not that. And I've listened to what he's listened to. The second thing is that the idea that somehow the Cass County jail is not an option, that's just me offering up an alternative. I would think that if any lawyer came in and asked for relief in the form of some prayer, that you would want to know what's the relief. And so I'm just offering up a suitable circumstance to the court that might fit. I've even suggested loosely today that the White County circumstance wasn't that bad. Everything seemed to be fine there for the week that he was there. It's accessible. It's not very far. It's actually closer to this courthouse. Anything to make this a little bit easier. And then we get into the issue of convenience for me. Convenience for me. Okay. So the idea that Mr. Baldwin or I have to travel great distance and deal with all these layers of security and the changing rules and all these other circumstances, including having our own visits videotaped, is somehow okay. I mean, I'm trying to put him in a situation where we can have reasonable contact with him with reasonable notice and represent him like the rules of professional conduct require me to represent him. And so, to the extent that it's convenient for me, it's convenient for him. And that's what's important, is what needs and what rights he does have. Does he have? And him being accessible to us without having to go through all these hurdles and having some of the modern amenities like water when we meet with him, and not having him shackled up like this when we're trying to talk to him, having a computer in front of us so we can show him the thousands of hours of witness statements and other things. Those aren't amenities. Those are basic human rights, basically. And that's what we're asking for, is just get us in a situation that's functional. We're not asking to put him at the Holiday Inn. And I don't see any reason why we're not there. Nobody's really objecting. It's just that we can't get a van back and forth between two counties. For Christ's sakes, we put a guy on the moon 40 years ago. We can drive the van around from Cass County to Carroll. I don't really see a problem with that. It's really frustrating. You can sense that from me. I just want to get on with the case and get him in a better circumstance. And that's what I'm asking you to think about.
Okay. And in all fairness, Mr. McClellan, I don't hear that the defense is asking to scrap the safekeeping order. The motion is clearly to modify the safekeeping order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
I'll take the arguments and the evidence under advisement and review the case law that you have submitted to the court. What else?
Judge, did you want to have a...
Can we approach briefly, Judge?
Yeah, come on up.
Meeting in chambers or...
Well, come on up here for just a second, because I think... so, what did you want to do with your motion for TRO?
Well, I'm just asking the court to order that it not occur.
Not to video, because it's the videotaping, right?
It is.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem with the camera in the corner.
And they've stopped doing it?
As part of the normal...
Okay.
But this is not that.
No. Well, it is kind of, but it's...
Well, not when they're sitting 2 feet away from you, it's not.
That's being traumatic.
Video.
You weren't there.
I wasn't, but...
I get it. What else? Yeah?
Then today...
Oh.
Excuse me. Then today, did you want to make that now, or did?
Well, I want to wait until they file something, but I do want to pick trial dates today, okay? The continuing... and then you want that on...
Well, I'd almost like that on the record. I was hoping to address it.
What do you mean?
Well, all I want is just an order telling whoever is detaining him they have to give us his records.
Give us his medical records?
Without me going through all the...
All right. And if you put at issue...
But I don't want to give it to him.
But if you put it in issue and you continue to put it in issue, then you're going to have to give it to him.
If I file a request for a competency eval and argue he's not competent, certainly he's going to get them. I mean, I don't...
But you can't have it both ways, Brad. You can't keep saying it and saying, well, if I do this, because what you're doing is you're alleging in several of your motions that he is teetering on the verge of incompetency.
Right. I agree with that. But I don't know, because I haven't evaluated any of this.
So you haven't seen it?
Absolutely.
So as soon as you get it then?
No, I haven't had a call about, hey, your client's, doing this or doing that.
All right. Well, then I'll grant the motion. I'll grant both of them, but with the understanding that stop talking.
I'm teetering on the brink of.
Stop talking about it.
I will.
If you're not going to proceed with it.
If I can get them.
Okay. All right. Then we have the ex parte, and that will be done after everybody's out of here. But we do need dates for the trial.
Do you want to pick an omnibus date as to that?
Well, today was the omnibus date. Unless anybody's going to stand on formality with an omnibus date, which we've blown completely out of the water.
Sure.
I'm not going to worry about it.
No.
As long as I get you on the record with your client's consent, waiving any issue about omnibus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a formal filing for motions, and I don't stand on the formality of that. I don't care unless you care.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't care about that. I'm available whenever, but I left my calendar and stuff in there. Can you go grab it? It's the big, thick calendar you printed. Do you have dates that we could at least do dates?
E.
Don't E.
I've got my calendar.
What the?
I have no
oh
fucking.
my God.
Go
Jody
ahead.
Different job.
Go ahead.
July 1st is fine. We'll start there. I feel like.
I don't know that.
I'm ready to put everything else down.
Okay.
And just do it.
Okay. Sidebar has been concluded. So we're just going to go ahead and pick trial dates then, please. All right. So I will, without argument, without a necessity for an additional hearing, you have filed a motion, Mr. Rosie, Mr. Baldwin, for a temporary restraining order on the Department of Correction with the use of the cameras while you are meeting with Mr. Allen. And I think that's fair. I'll grant that. I'll also grant your motion for the Department of Correction to provide Mr. Allen's medical records without necessity of a hearing. And then we do need trial dates. Jody stepped out. I left my calendar and stuff out there. I know that the defense is going to be filing a supplemental motion for suppression, and you'll file the notice to the state on the Franks versus Delaware issue. And then what kind of trial dates are we looking for? Because we get to trial dates. We also chatted up here just a moment ago about the omnibus date. I know it's a statutory deadline for filing of motions. Unless the state's going to holler and scream about a deadline, I don't stand on formalities as it relates to the time limit. I think as a former prosecutor and a former practicing attorney, I think that's always kind of hamstrings people. And today was supposed to be our omnibus date, but obviously you have additional motions that you're going to be filing. As long as Mr. Allen waives any issue with an omnibus date, I'll allow motions to be filed.
I think what we're doing is agreeing to extend the omnibus date practically, right?
Practically. I just talked to Mr. Allen and explained generally what we're talking about. And he's like, I asked, do you trust what I'm saying, my advice? And he said, yes.
Good grief.
Okay, so there's no issue with the omnibus date being extended for purposes of filing motions and stuff. But before we part, I do want to set trial dates. And then when we're done with this, I'd like to address the ex parte motion that counsel filed earlier, which again, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to leave the courtroom. The state will also be leaving the courtroom and will address an ex parte just with counsel in the court, excluding the state and participants. Understood, Judge, or Your Honor. Trial date? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll do this one because
you do it. Okay.
It'll be McClellan. Judge, I think on the defense side, we're going through it as quickly as we can. We still have at least one hard drive of evidence, if not more, that we have to go through. So it's a laborious process, and we got lots of people working on it. So I don't want the court to think we're not working hard. We absolutely are. So it's really hard for me to gauge, and Brad, I don't know if you feel the same way, but it's hard for me to gauge. We would like to get this trial done as soon as possible on one hand. On the other hand, you get one shot at this typically. We don't want to go in without knowing everything that we need to know. So I'm open to suggestions.
Judge, just so everybody's on the same page, I told Mr. Rosie this as well, but there's an additional discovery coming per some subpoenas that we were granted by the court, and we're gonna get that stuff to the defense as soon as possible. Just to point out that we continue to get discovery in, and we're continuing to send it off to the defense.
Okay.
May I?
Are we looking at this year still?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Are there any administrative hurdles that maybe we haven't talked about that are a problem with scheduling that, you come from another county, you've got other things going on?
As I shared with you, I have at least 20 other pending murder cases and a docket this is my calendar till the end of the year.
Okay.
There are 688 entries on my calendar till the end of the year for trials and pre-trials, mostly trials. However, that being said, I have been granted unlimited senior judge days by Chief Justice Rush, and I have senior judge available to me. Pretty much when I ask for her, she can come cover my calendar. So if we're still looking at this year, I have unlimited access to a senior judge to cover my current docket.
We would ask for a January date.
January? Okay. Can you get me to next year? There's no calendar up here for like the year, so I don't have my phone with me, so Jody's got me on calendar. All right, I'm assuming 2 weeks for trial. I don't know how long. I'm assuming 2 weeks for trial. I don't know how long.
I would say easy.
Easy 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, I would say that's probably
We need to plan for 3 or more.
Ooh,
interesting.
3?
I think the longer this gets pushed out, the longer the trial's going to be.
Well, that's on y'all. What about January 8th through January 26th? Understanding that jury selection will take place up in Allen County. At some point, we'll have to talk about specialized questionnaires. I have one of the most sophisticated jury systems in the country. So I can provide you an extensive veneer and questionnaires, but I'm assuming that counsel will wish to have a specialized questionnaire sent to that entire veneer, and I'm happy to accommodate that.
Judge, those dates are available from the state's perspective at this point. That's fair enough in the future. That's far enough in the future. I don't have anything on my calendar. Makes sense. We do have a holiday in between that week, I think, but
I think Martin Luther King Day is sometime in there, but I'm sure that you would all appreciate a day.
Sure, I agree, Judge. Just got to bring it to the court's attention.
Those dates are fine with the defense.
All right, so we'll schedule trial for January 8th through January 26th of 2024. We'll take the 8th, 9th, and 10th perhaps to select the jury, maybe the 11th as well. Again, up in Fort Wayne, and we'll just we'll play that by ear. I know that we're going to visit again before that date and time clearly.
Very good.
Anything else before we adjourn this record? Mr. Rosie, Mr. Baldwin?
No, ma'am.
No, Judge, thank you. Mr. McLeland?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much for your advocacy on behalf of the state and on behalf of the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move to the ex parte part of the proceedings, and everybody will have to leave the courtroom. But
well
my
done.
kid's like asleep, and now I'm like, he just fell asleep in my grandpa's chair. Now I'm wanting to do the other one. I think the other one is the shortest that we've ever.
Yeah, it was only like a
31
55-minute hearing. Yeah, no, I got to go. They're eating dinner without me, so I'm not doing the other one tonight.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for having me.
No, you can stay up here. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think of this?
What do I think? Okay, so I think that even though Gull is a little bit prickly throughout this, she seems much more amenable than she was in the other transcript. I wonder if Rousey standing on business to her, she didn't like that very much at the end when he just kept pounding that issue with her. And I think that this could very well be where some of the communication broke down, because it just seems like he was really standing up for his client, and she did not like that at all.
And
Well,
I
we're-
didn't hear anything in here let's say we were going to compare him to other inmates at that prison. He doesn't belong in a prison. It's like she literally said she wants to make sure that we're arguing apples and apples and not apples and oranges. And then she put out an order saying
He's
she
being
literally
treated.
quoted McClelland. It's like she went through this transcript and quoted him saying that he's being treated better.
Yeah, in that case that Rozzy cited, Ream versus Malcolm, that's a Manhattan House of Detention case where I don't know if you guys have ever heard the Tombs.
Mm-mm.
It's like a famous, really bad place to be imprisoned at. But the case seems like if that's still a popular case to cite, I don't see why she wouldn't want to read what this has to say if it's federal jurisdiction. But I don't know. She wants a Seventh Circuit case because her friends probably wrote the fucking decision on it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what's up with all the senior judge days?
Yeah.
That's bizarre. She said she had 700 or 688 senior judge days.
Yeah, where
And
she
that
just gets to call in anybody and they'll just come and take over her courtroom for the day.
Oh, Chief Justice Rush will come take over her courtroom for the day. Or is she saying that she will let Chief Justice Rush know?
Rush is the one who gave her the senior judge privileges.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
But she just has the ability to say, hey, like, I won't be in court. I need somebody to come in, like a substitute.
I see. Yep. Page 73.
And I'm looking through I'm just like looking through my notes. A couple of things that stuck out to me was like when Nick would ask questions, it's actually quite manipulative because he'd say, okay, again, you testified about this, but even the meetings between Mr. Allen and his attorneys will be recorded. Is that correct? And they said video only. Yes. And I'm thinking, yeah, but we're talking about like the ones that are situated in the corner of the room on the ceiling that can only show the back of the offender's head, where they wouldn't be capable of reading lips like they were when they were videotaping him through the window. And then I wrote, Nick asked, but does the offender have access to those, referring to the attorney's laptops and cell phones? And I wrote, what a stupid fucking question.
Yeah, I agree. That is a really stupid question. And it's like fear mongering. Like,
yeah, he asked it twice.
Yeah,
he asked it again.
But it also seems like he has this idea that Richard Allen was using his communication devices for like sending threats because it's the safekeeping. The statute says that it has to be for the safety of others. And if they have some evidence that he was sending terroristic communication, like why don't they show that and bring it to trial or bring it to the safekeeping hearing? And then, they wouldn't have to be arguing back and forth about the conditions so much.
I wrote one important thing down when they were talking about like being under such restrictions and essentially how long it would be, which I found important because you're supposed to be, if someone's having a like mental health crisis, you don't just like keep them in solitary like indefinitely. You're supposed to make them well so that they can get back to better conditions. Where the hell did I? Surely it wasn't Liggett. It must have been the warden.
Well, that statute that Rozzy cited and McClelland cited, the 35-33-11-1, it says that there's an exemption from that if it's a medical condition. A mental health condition would be a medical condition. So I'd guess that he'd never even disclosed any suicidal ideation until he was in Westville. And then, so his threat to himself would not have even been taken into consideration when they had the safekeeping hearing. So it would just go on these rumors of threats
to like an unknown, like they said they got no threats against him, no threats against their staff. I'm missing where they met the qualifications for a safekeeping order in the first place. And if you look at that, though, I'm pretty sure, like, again, the safekeeping order is like not indefinitely.
No, it's until they're, because people get sentenced, right? They go to prison or they get acquitted and they get out.
Well, I mean, like, they're supposed to handle whatever the threat like is, and then, because I've been wondering why the defense haven't put in a thing requesting to be off of the safekeeping, but I guess they kind of have with asking for it to be modified. I was startled and concerned, like when I read about when Max Baker said multiple times about his face being bruised. That was the part that I was talking about, that I was like, I don't remember.
Did anybody ever report that his face was bruised?
I don't remember ever hearing that, but he, said it multiple times. His entire face was bruised.
What do you guys think about the sidebar that we caught a little glimpse of? They were talking about, he was saying that he was going to file it, and then she was like, well, if you're going to file it, like, it was like yeah, whatever, dude. If you're going to do it. But if not, like,
stop talking about it. The having him deemed incompetent.
Yeah.
I thought the earlier sidebars were, they were amicable, and the parts that I was reading, and I was thinking after I signed off, and when I came back in chat, I was asking, did her demeanor change? And AKA Radar said that at times during this hearing, I suspect it was towards the end, the part that y'all were just going through and discussing about how Rosie took a stand and kept pushing for his client, and that's where things went sideways and the communications. But as we were reading through the beginning, I was like, wow, that it's like a different person, different judge, and but then I saw, hearing things at the end that she was saying, she was a little snarky, but not near as snarky as she was in the other transcripts I saw you guys go through. I think there's a general sense of that. You seem to be a lot more fair, a lot more open, patient, whatever you want to call it. And then towards the end, things seem to derail. Is that what other people's sense is, you think? Or, what did y'all think about it?
I thought she seemed very normal judgy to me. Like judges from other hearings that I've watched or listened to.
Yeah.
So I'm now starting to think that maybe she did get really super pissed off about the Franks motion and what they put in the Franks motion. And like maybe some of these other things irritated her. But I wanted to ask you guys, because during the in chambers in October, she essentially tells them that they got caught lying in this hearing. And it was proven that they did lie. And I don't know. I don't understand what was proven that they lied about.
Was it? I thought it was this hearing, but I was thinking, well, I sure didn't hear anything. And then, or maybe I have that confused with a subsequent motion that nobody testified, and about there was photos of the Odinist patches. Was she referring to that where they lied?
No, she was referring to this one, but I need to pull up the motion.
I'm wondering if it has to, I was just going to say, I'm wondering if it has to do with whatever Rosie said in the motion.
Yeah, I think that was what she was saying, was whatever was written in the motion turned out to be a lie based on the testimony in this hearing.
All right.
So I'll have to go back and compare that.
And that the photograph was misrepresented in some way.
They imply that, but so the warden is up there and says he wanted to look at the video to see how Richard Allen got dirty. and then
But
says
he
like
didn't do
essentially
it.
nobody talks about it again. But then he says he knows that Richard Allen was taken from the rec area
Correct.
back to his cell because he watched the video. And I'm like,
Correct.
what? So you
I mean,
what? I get
Rosie,
that's probably two very different videos because one's from the rec area and one's probably going into his cell. But I'm like, if you watched one, why didn't you watch everything you wanted to watch? Why don't you know the answers to these questions?
Rosie specifically said, well, did you watch the video to find out if he did go in there and like decided not to change? And he said
But he
no.
says he has those clothes from what he was told. He has those clothes so he can change when he goes to see his attorneys. Well, obviously he doesn't. He didn't change. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then it was admitted they were initially recording the attorney-client meetings. I mean, that's just, clearly, if that's a constitutional violation, that should have upset the judge. And then they only stopped recording because the defense attorneys requested it. Video recording, no audio is okay, but as you heard,
Well, not when his face and mouth is pointed directly at the camera, and nobody seems to want to take responsibility for who gave them the authority. Those jail people, the word I'm trying to think of, the people that follow him around the jail with the camera, who gave them the authority to do that? Because the captain didn't take responsibility. The warden didn't take responsibility. The only thing the warden said was, yeah, we stopped because the DOC attorneys told us to stop because you guys asked.
Well, Travis, you might be able to talk about this a little bit more. That reminds me of cell extractions in prison. When they do cell extractions, they film them with a camera. That seems like something that would be much more common in a prison than in a jail. Do you think it was something where they were like, oh, we can film whatever we want because we film cell extractions?
You know, I don't really know. Footnote would be best on this because, you know, even though people are in prison, they still have direct appeals going and they still have state post-conviction going. Now, you know, a lot of it they do via Zoom conference with inmates that are not recorded, they're separate. But you know, there's certain basic jail standards, and you saw some of that in between the lines, whatever the dimensions were, 8 by 6, and then he kept repeating, well, it's 8 by 6.5, because there are standards to the square inch. What you have to provide, federal and state standards, how many square feet you have to provide in a cell, 1-person cell, 2-person cell, and those things are looked at and scrutinized very carefully. You can get sued by a class action of prisoners if there's not enough space, and that's why you saw him, can't remember if it was the Cass County jailer or whoever it was, but he kept reminding it was, you know, 6.5 feet. And that's the reason why. But a warden should know and does know you have to provide things like a law library. You can't record attorney client communications. You have to provide, if it's by phone, you got to provide a phone line that's not recorded. Now, prisons can require certain things, like we have phone numbers registered and PIN numbers, and we use Securus here. It's the other big one besides the one that they use. But there was a problem at one time, and attorney-client calls were being recorded, and the defense bar sued in federal court, and the same thing here. The county is like, well, you got to talk to Securus about that. That's not our deal. It's like, no, it is your deal. They're a subcontractor, they're a vendor, but you got to make sure your vendor's complying with the law. And it's just, I've never heard of anything like that. And we have the death penalty here. We have death rows, men and women, and super high risk prisoners, even the most secure federal prisons. The one in Colorado, super whatever it is.
ADX.
Those, same thing, if an attorney is visiting with a client, they have to make provisions for it. And, you have to be able to meet with your client in prison. I've never even seen all of that shackles and a lead, LEAD, never ever seen that. Have done it behind glass with a very narrow slit. That it's funny you said 3 pages, because that's about, depending on the weight of the paper, 20-pound paper, it's about 3 pages you can put under there. But it's got to be able to provide that in privacy. And interesting that the camera in the cash jail was on the back of the inmate's head, but they could focus on the attorney. Cell phones, I've never been in any facility that allowed cell phones. Laptops, you have to make advance provisions for it, but about cell phones are a huge security risk in prisons. And I was surprised the warden said he would make accommodations for that, but laptops with advance, but really disturbing, frankly. Very disturbing on that issue. When we get done with that, I want to talk about the amount of time she gave at this hearing for trial. But those were my thoughts about what the warden had to say.
I'm over here on mute, sorry. Okay. So Sleuthy said, okay, so if we go to 138, first line, okay, well, when you saw that photograph, did you go back and check the video to see, wait a minute, why does he look like he does? He says no. But then when we go to...
Well, like, is it his duty to investigate this?
Well, but he says he does. And so he says here, I know he wore that shirt to rec and then went straight to see his attorney. I know he wore that shirt to rec and then went straight to see his attorney.
But that could have just been somebody they told him.
Well, hold on. He says he knows that, but then later on he says he watched the video. He said, I wanted to see the video on how his shirt was so dirty. But at the time that photo was taken, he had clean clothes in his cell. That is correct. So hold on. He didn't put this one in there. But down here he says, everybody's breaking up for you? Nobody's breaking up for me. I don't know how it is for chat. Right here. Where were you physically when he went from the rec area to the cell? He says, I don't know. I might have been at home. I can't tell you. He says, okay, so you don't really know. His answer is, but I watched the video and I saw it.
Oh, okay.
So he just said that he went from, do you have anything to do with him going to the rec area to the cell? I did not. Okay, right here. Do you know if he chose not to change clothes on that particular day? He says he went from the rec area back to his cell, where he had the opportunity to change clothes. He literally is lying in the same testimony. He just said he knows that he went from the rec area straight to see his attorney.
Maybe he just got confused about what Rick had recently written him.
Yeah, it's true.
He's wrote me.
So he literally is lying. He either knows that he went from the rec area straight to see his attorneys, hence why he didn't have the opportunity to change, or he watched a video stating that he went from the rec area back to his cell and chose not to change.
Well, and he doesn't say that he watched the video until like 10 questions later, where he could have just said, yeah, dude, I watched it on the video. Like the very first thing. And that would have been way more persuasive than all of his like suggesting that he knew.
I don't understand that. So thank you for sending this over, by the way. So here's the things that they alleged that I guess she could say they're lying. So Mr. Allen has been entombed in a cell as small as 6 foot in width by 10 foot in length. I'm pretty sure, aren't they 12 by 7? I think both are actually wrong.
Yeah, that's what I think it was the captain said it, then Gallipo said that they were 12 by 7, or one of them was 12 by 8.5.
But I thought we had looked them up at one point and they were 12 by 7. So maybe I should just keep my mouth shut until I confirm that. Because when we were reading through that part, I was like, I think they're both actually wrong on how big they really are. So Mr. Allen is sleeping on a pad on a concrete floor. Well, he says no, he does have a bed frame, so he's not on a concrete floor. So I guess this would be part of it. Mr. Allen is afforded showers only 1 to 2 times per week. Well, he agreed with that. Mr. Allen is required to wear the same clothes, including underwear, for days and days on end. Yes, he is. But that is also typical in prison of a convict. They're given 3 sets of clothes, like mandated by the DOC, and then they're is that me cracking?
No, I think somebody else is unmuted and it's just coming through when you talk.
Okay, so they're allowed to buy additional clothing items from the commissary. So that is once again not uncommon for somebody who is convicted to only be given 3 sets of clothing. We went through this with the Chris Watts case because he was giving away his underwear to other people, his DOC issued underwear. But but once again, he's not a convicted felon. He's not convicted. So these are the things that should be different. Is other inmates in the jail, how often are they given clothes? So then you have to go back to what the sheriff said there. So okay, same type of situation for they're convicted versus they're non-convicted. I don't remember exactly what he said. You read that part? Do you happen to remember?
You said the warden?
No, it was the sheriff of Cass County who talked about how many pairs of clothes he gets. I don't remember what it was. I have to go back and look at it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
And then that he hasn't had the opportunity to visit with his wife. And then we have the warden who's saying, well, you have to request it, otherwise they don't get that.
Well, and supposedly you don't get that when you're on self-harm watch.
Oh, true. Okay.
So if that was the case, then I could see why they weren't, but they did eventually allow it. So maybe he wasn't on self-harm watch then?
Okay, let's talk about that for a hot minute, because he talks about that he's put into the suicide cell. He's not on suicide watch when he very first gets there. So he essentially is admitting that he puts him into the solitary space when he wasn't suicidal, and he doesn't actually get put on suicide watch for months after. Well, if we look at the timing of that, he's taken to the DOC in November, and then a few months later, you're talking January. Well, most of these claims about all the things he's done in there are essentially from February to May, where he's, soiling himself, which they do talk about in this. We don't know that he was eating his own feces at that point, but they do discuss that there was that one time that he soiled himself or whatever. or that it was on his, what they say, it was on his, of his own making or whatever is how they worded it. So we wouldn't have known back then what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Well, to me, what strikes me is you hear all these things, and my position, Slick's position at the hearing was, and you heard it in the opening and you heard it in the summation, that we really don't have a position. We don't want him out on bail. That's all we care about. And then they wanted to get in to the media and the public that he's been confessing multiple times. And so Rosie went out and found a reasonable alternative that happens to be convenient to Rosie and Baldwin. And it's almost, to me, kind of like, he finds out all these things, and then he even comes up with, Nick brings out, well, you're not going to transport him. No, that's not my responsibility. And then Carroll County, are you able to transport? No, we pretty much have our entire department here for this hearing. Okay. Well, then Nick comes up with another alternative. Well, what about DOC? You guys can transport them. Well, I guess we could if the court ordered it. You could transport them 30 miles. You got a trained team to do that. Yeah. And so this, a lot of the criminal justice system, whether you want to hear it or not, it really comes down to funding. And that's what I would teach new associates is you got to understand the funding on this. For example, in Texas, the state, if you're sentenced to prison, the state has 40 days to pick you up from the county jail. And on the 41st day, the county can start billing the state for housing the person in county jail. They call it pulling chain, is what the convicts call it. And that's when the state comes to get you. And without exception, the state comes and gets you on the 39th or 40th day, never the 41st, because funding, budgets, and it's clear Carroll County is like maxed out. And if Sleuthy can ever get those materials from the auditor or whoever it is, it's going to be real interesting. But I mean, they're just overextended. So Rosie comes up with this alternative. Unfortunately, it just seems to me the judge is like, oh, well, this is just too easy for Baldwin and Rosie. I'm not going to make their life that easy. And I don't know, it just seemed to me that there was a very, very simple, easy solution that Rosie developed. And I kind of get the sense that because it was so convenient, it was more convenient to the attorneys than anybody else, but it made sense for everybody. It was a win-win-win-win. And for her to ultimately deny it and come away with a negative on that, it's just very perplexing to me.
What are your thoughts on Diener's assistance, if you will, to Sheriff Lazenby to get this filed?
That's a great question. Why would the court change the motion?
There's nothing inappropriate about it. Typically every county has a county attorney, In smaller counties, sometimes they're contracted. There's law firms, all they do is local government law. And so it costs the county money to do that. But it's no different than a judge, the sheriff comes up and says, hey, we got this issue, whatever it might be, something with the jail. Well, if you get me a motion, I will, I'll enter an order doing this or that. That's frequent. But him interjecting that,
with no evidence.
it seems like it seems like they both panicked. Clearly, Diener did. Is that how you say his name, Diener?
Yeah.
Yep.
So in hindsight, he had a bit of a meltdown there, and then he had another major meltdown a couple of months ago, and I'm almost positive he was asked or approached. It'd probably be best if he didn't run again. Could prove embarrassing for him, and so he made the announcement he wasn't going to seek re-election. And he said he wouldn't even be sitting in senior status. That was the most telling thing. It's rather bizarre that got the sheriff off the hook, and but it was what it was when Rosie and Baldwin came in, and then they're just dealing with this stuff, and fine. Well, here's another big thing. So we know what they're talking about with they use euphemisms like having erratic behavior and his clothing, and so we all know what that's about because of the motion that was filed last month. The behaviors that Rick was exhibiting with feces and all of that stuff. I don't want to, but that's clearly what they're talking about. And so they're, his attorneys, Rick's attorneys, they're generalizing on that, but clearly McClellan and Rosie know what they're talking about. They had an in-chambers conference. We know that from another great find in this record. They had a meeting in chamber, which is common. That's how judges cut to it, save time. That's how things really work. You have a pre-hearing meeting, private, in chambers. Okay, how many witnesses you got? How many you got? About how long? Okay. What are we focusing on here? And then you go out and do it. And they had a conversation where they mentioned, well, these records, I'm sure they had a conversation. Hey, he's rubbing stuff he shouldn't be rubbing all over himself. He maybe even eating stuff he shouldn't be eating. This thing's getting bad, but we really don't want to go into detail about that. But he's having serious mental and medical health issues. And then, Nick brings up that, Cass County says, oh, we got medical and mental. I was under the impression that, Cass had no mental whatsoever, but they've got mental 5 days a week medical. If it's, something super major, he's going to have to wait until the next day. But if it's a suicide thing, they're equipped for major problems. It. What's fascinating to me, and what I can't figure out exactly, we talked about this hours ago, is that this stuff was kind of known to everybody, but it wasn't raised until last month, both about the 30 some odd confessions, statements to the companions. Just go back to this by far the best transcript of the case so far. It's probably going to take days or weeks to fully analyze and dissect it. But
Oh yeah, Fluty's already got pages and pages and pages of notes on this one.
But I'm really, really glad you got it again. But I mean, what's the deal? Why you think that Rosie and Baldwin didn't want Rick's private, personal mental health information getting out in public, and so they limited it to general descriptions? Why one of the only objections in the entire proceeding was when McClellan was starting to get into specific mental health. And that's where Rosie said, I'm going to object, as we discussed in chambers earlier before the hearing. This is getting into HIPAA, therefore we object. So you think that was probably the plan? They didn't want to get into Rick's private, personal mental health stuff, spare him that humiliation. Why they talked about it in generalities. It's the only thing I can think of. And that everything is out the window clearly between that hearing in June, just about coming up on a year ago, and where we are in the hearings that have transpired this year. It's kind of like, who cares at this point? We need to get this stuff in the record. And
there was a couple interesting points though, like when they're talking about like the trial specifically. Rosie says that he thinks it might be longer than that. That's one of the last things that he says.
He said we need 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then,
so what did
says,
she end up giving him?
The further this is pushed out, the longer the trial's going to be. He said that here, where she's trying to say that nobody ever raised any issue with it.
And then did you see her comment when he said 3 weeks?
I'm going back up to it.
Didn't she say 3 weeks with a big question mark at the end of it?
Yeah, he said we need a plan for 3 or more, and she's all 3. He said, I think the longer this gets pushed out, the longer trial's going to be.
And then she gave him a range of dates, right? And it was 3 weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was January 8th until January 26th. But that's the same as what they had. That's the same as what they had going into
okay, shoot.
But she was going to add the Saturdays and stuff on. But they wanted, so this is another issue I've always had with these off the record conversations that they were holding the whole time, is that they supposedly told her back in October, Rosie said, we're going to need 2 weeks of our own. We're going to need 15 days on our own to be able to, to present his defense. And then she says, well, nobody's ever raised any issues. And he's like, but I did back in October.
Yeah. And maybe she was saying you needed to object to it when she had the new conversation about it. But it seems like she should have said something specifically pointing to him saying 3 weeks here and saying that would, be too long.
Well, I just, in scheduling hundreds of trials, they didn't all go, obviously, but just like this. And yeah, we're looking, we'd like to do it in January. State, that's far enough ahead. I've got no problem with that. Okay. How long is this going to take? And then 2-3 weeks, I thought Nick said, and then that's the point where, and I keep telling people, I make it clear, Judge, we're going to need 10 trial days for our case in chief. 10 trial days. I don't say weeks, 10 trial days. That's 2 weeks. They can huff and puff and blah, blah, blah. It's Judge. I've tried nearly 100 jury trials. I know how long these things take. We need 2 weeks, 10 trial days. That's where he should have brought it up. Right then and there, clear. I don't think he was clear at all. He let her schedule it.
He agrees with it too. Once she schedules it, he says that those dates work for the defense. Or he said those dates are fine with the defense. He lets her schedule it that way back in June for the January.
Who said we're going to need 2 or 3 weeks?
He did.
Rosie
did. Yeah. So he says, where did it go now?
And then she responds in total befuddlement. 3 weeks?
We need to plan for 3 or more. And she's like, 3? And he's like, I think the longer this gets pushed out, the longer trial's going to be.
Yeah. Well, again, you're right, Teresa. We don't know what was said in chambers. She did say something about questionnaires, or somebody did. I couldn't hear at the time. What was discussed about jury questionnaires?
She said that she has like the best jury selection in the state or something like that, and that she has these questionnaires that she sends out. And then she said that she was sure that the attorneys on both sides were going to want to have a specialized, I don't remember the word she used, but specialized questionnaire which she wouldn't object to.
Which was obviously done at some point, because in the reporting after the hearing before last, which was the contempt, these dates all run together. At one of them, at the end of it, Rosie or Baldwin said, well, what about our questions? And she said, all of the questionnaires have gone out. All of your questions have been included. Remember that?
That's the March 18th. Oh, that's the March 18th hearing, I believe.
Yeah. So, they got that done. That's not in the public record or the docket system, but that's not unusual at all. We still should try and get a blank questionnaire to see what ended up on it.
Right. I agree.
And someone claims to have seen it. Friend of a friend got the questionnaire. It's like 5 or 6 pages. It's pretty long, but
So let me ask you, I have two questions and I'm going to go for final thoughts because now I'm just starving. So my first question, though, is it appropriate for Sheriff Tobe Lesenby to be submitting anything to Judge Diener? Why would that not have gone through Nick McClelland and then to the judge? Why would the safekeeping order have come from Tobe Lesenby at all?
Sheriffs are typically constitutional elected positions, and they have full power over the county jail. And typically, a request like that, you would coordinate with the DA through the county attorney and say, look, this is what we're planning on doing. Do you have any objections? We can't house them safely. You know, the way it probably went down is Diener called the sheriff in a panic, you know, pictures of my kids or whatever it was that caused him to get off, and he set out in his order disqualifying himself. I'm sure he contacted the sheriff and said, hey, look, I'm concerned about this. And then the sheriff said, man, you know, I don't know if I can keep him safe. I don't know if I can prevent a lynching. And well, you know, if you put together a motion for safekeeping, I'll sign it. I don't think there's anything improper on that. I think it's just small town local yokels that have never dealt with anything of this magnitude. You know, he hasn't been appointed counsel yet. Fifth Amendment and Sixth Amendment right to counsel haven't attached. And so you can do stuff without conferring with a defense attorney because those rights haven't attached yet, technically. So I don't think, you know, there's any ethical breach or rule breach. I don't know if that answers the question, but clearly if it was in Allen County or whatever county Indy's in, it would have been a whole different thing. I just think they were just completely overwhelmed. I mean, clearly the judge was.
Oh yeah, because he's the one who cites bloodlust. The bloodlust when it comes to this case.
Yeah, and then got overwhelmed in a thing here recently and decided not to rerun. And but you know, I think that's what it is. I've never heard of anything like that happening in any of the counties I am, and then federal courts contract with state courts, state county. The federal courts, the district courts, they contract with, like Travis County, the Austin division of the Western District of Texas. They house their criminal defendants waiting for trial in federal court in Bastrop County Jail, which is the county immediately east of Travis County. Then we've had counties that are way too short on beds, and they reach agreements with other counties. Again, funding. They don't do it for free. They don't help each other out, which was one of the things that kind of came up. You got to pay that got to pay that county, just like Ramada Inn, whatever the rate is. But that does happen when jails are expanding, and they're always running behind. They always take it up to 3 to a cell. They're starting to get to the point where they're violating the fire code and the fire marshals out there and jail standards. They run it right up to that and then start the expansion. And so and we know the county is just totally fiscally maxed, and they had to raise property taxes to cover this stuff. So I think that's just that, Teresa. But on the other hand, some odd shit going on here, and could it be something more sinister? Yeah, it could. That's my thoughts on that part. You said you had 2 questions. I don't know what other people's thoughts are on that.
I don't know. I don't think my brain's working anymore because it hasn't had food since like 8:30 in the morning. So I'm going to wrap it up, and then we do have, like I said, we have the other transcript. It's super short, but we'll do a short stream either maybe tomorrow or Monday. Hopefully tomorrow. But yeah, and that one doesn't have nearly as many people because there's actually nobody testifying. So it's just like a bunch of the attorneys just kind of talking. So it should be an easier read through. But I know we got an Irish goodbye from Sleuthy, and then I know he was in the back and said that he didn't want to interrupt, so he hopped down. But honestly, anybody and everybody for coming up here and just the amount of characterization, I guess I don't know the right word, the amount of lesbianism that you guys put into this was just amazing to me. I needed the laugh. It was such a great way to spend my Saturday. I just thank you guys, and then for all your insights, Travis. I can't even thank you enough for always being there when I have legal jargon questions that I'm like, I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Let me ask Travis.
Well, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed all of the characterizations, and interesting to know one of our panel members has a multiple personality, because
he has literally has a bag of witnesses that he's like, let me dig in here and I'll find you the next witness. I got one.
It came much too easy, and they were very distinctive, and so there's something going on there.
Oh, but I thank you. I thank you guys for being here and hanging out and spending your Saturday here. And I know I always say to everybody, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could be, and yet you choose to spend your time here with me. And then Travis always says,
well, I've been kicked out of 984 places, so it kind of narrows it down. But I really enjoy being here in chat or on the panel. Thanks for having me.
Of course, anytime. Thank you. All right, I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow, if not, definitely Monday. So go enjoy your Memorial weekend, and thank you guys again for being here.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going know.